And good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Thank you all for joining me tonight. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and welcome to the Dragon's Den. Hope everybody's doing well today. Hope you had a great weekend and stayed safe through all the storms and the hot weather that we've had down south, the storms through the Midwest and East Coast that we've been having. Hope everybody, if you traveled to MRRF, you had a safe travels there and safe and fairly uneventful travels home. I know a few people had some issues getting home, but I think everybody made it home safe finally. And, I'm just glad to see everybody again at MRRF. Um, so, the stream is going to be a little ad hoc-ish tonight, just because we're coming back from MRRF. I'm still feeling a little disheveled. Haven't made much progress in straightening up the Dragon's Den that much. About the biggest thing I did was I managed to get Fey Dragon and Death Dragon back in place. They are both online. I had some issues with Fey Dragon today not wanting to come up on my home network. What I did was I set up a secondary router that we ran during MRRF so that I wasn't on the public internet with my printers. And so bringing them back on and putting them back on my private subnet after having them on a show subnet had some issues. And it wound up being an issue with which WPA supplicant file and which location you need to update. Yeah, I can get into that if anybody's interested. Just let me know either in chat or hit me up in Discord, and I can explain through what that issue was. But regardless, I just wanted to say we made it through MRRF 2023. It was a good time to be had by all. The show was extremely packed compared to the last 2 years. I've been there for the last 3 years, and this was the most people that we've had in attendance. I think every single one of the makers' tables was taken up this year, and I don't know what the attendance count was, but it was well more packed than it has been the last couple of years. Evil Diesel was there with me, manning the booth with me, and that was his first ever Rep Rap Festival, and I think he had a great time out there this year in Goshen. So with that, let's talk about some of the cool stuff that we had set up out there. So for those of you that saw some of the pictures that I posted on Twitter, and by the way, I'm so sorry, between running the booth and having to run over to KB3D's booth to talk about Death Dragon, I was just constantly running back and forth. And by the time I'd even think about taking pictures, it was late in the day and I was just exhausted. I did take a couple of videos on Sunday and posted those up on Twitter. But from some of the pictures that you may have seen posted on Twitter, we had, a standard 8-foot table. We wound up running Fey Dragon as the anchor point for the table, being the Voron 2.4 build that we built with the help of Tensor 3D. And the Voron design team providing the printed forward parts. We were also running my self-sourced Rook Mark 1, aka Gold Dragon, as well as Westery 1's Prusa Mini that we were taking out there to bring back to her. We also had Evil Diesel's Death Racer and my Death Racer on display on the table throughout the event. The Death Racers garnered a lot of attention. Fey Dragon. I mean, there's a lot of Voron machines out there. I can't tell you the number of people that commented on this color scheme and the choice of the color scheme. And I had to freely admit, it's like, I had two choices left when I won the parts. This is the one I went with. And I can't be happier just because of how well this machine turned out and how much attention that purple and sparkle fluorescent pink color scheme garners. I mean, it's just amazing. So as I mentioned, we had Westery One's Prusa there. She didn't come out until Saturday. And so unbeknownst to her, not only did I have her Prusa there, but I had her Westery One matte, which, looking at it, you kind of get the gist. It's Mia's stream, and Westery One's just there as the supporting actor, or actress in this case. I had this laid out in front of her Prusa, and I had her maker coins that she came up with shortly right before the show laid down the side. Or, laid on both sides, because she has two different types. So I had them all laid out there. And that machine, the maker's coin, and just telling the story that the paw print was actually Mia's paw print. I mean, people were all over it. And I couldn't print those coins fast enough on the Prusa to keep up with how fast people were taking them. It was really nice. She got out there Saturday, and I finally got to meet Mia in person. Got to give her treats. Got to hold her, the whole 9 yards. And at one point, I had wandered off and was talking with somebody, and people were coming up to Westery asking her about the table, and she's like, I can't even take credit for this. Like, this is all Digital Dragon. When really what it was it was all Westery on that, I just helped along. But then we also had Death Dragon here, which was the 0G build. This machine wasn't the only beta unit there. Scott from Edge of 3D had one over on the Polymaker's table and one over on Fabrico's table. But I know Scott was constantly running around doing things, especially with the Death Racers and the Drag Racer events. I can tell you, I spent a lot of time over at the KB3D booth, to the point where I actually wore the KB3D shirt on Saturday, and they started asking me about product stuff. So I had to, this is my printer. They sell things. And there was a lot of interest in this printer. It was amazing. And being able to talk about this printer and, some of the details and things that I used on it, such as CAN bus, and explaining why I ran a UTC in this rather than going CAN bus on the board like I could. And then people going, yeah, that makes sense. And the reason being, if you weren't there before, it's because I'm running a Manta M8P version 1 board downstairs on my Ender 5 Plus 0G build, which doesn't have CAN bus on the Manta board. That's why I chose to do this one without using the CAN bus on the Manta board, so my configurations are the same. Let's see. I manned the table Saturday during the Death Racers, and Evil Diesel ran his. He came in second place in his heat. First runner-up, first not finisher. However we want to say that. Considering this is the first event, he did extremely well. and especially since he had burned up one of his motors through the ESC and was kind of hobbling along and still managed to take out 2 or 3 people, I think he acquitted himself rather well. On Sunday, I didn't last as long, but after the actual death race was done, because it was the final day, they just basically did an all-out, let's see how much damage we can do. And we basically popped the heads off, threw them in our pocket, turned the kill switches off, and just let us, just went at it. And I'll have to say, I was doing pretty good there. I was I was giving as well as I was getting. Of course, my Death Racer, the main body, was printed in carbon fiber PET G. So it was maybe a little bit heavier, and it could take a beating. It could take a beating. We did almost rip one of the side panels off, and I did burn up my ESC as well. Yeah. It was fun, and that's all I cared about, was having fun. Of course, like almost anything in any major event, the things you need always show up the day after you leave. So in fitting order, one of the things that I wanted to have to be able to take with me to the show and throw on is the Revo High Flow. So I ordered a Revo High Flow from Fabrico. It's a 0.6 nozzle with the initial kit, but it's a 0.6 Revo High Flow nozzle and the 60-watt heater. I'm going to be looking to see who has a larger nozzle size, and I plan on putting this heater and the High Flow on the Ender 5 Plus downstairs, since it is my biggest machine, and being able to run some thicker layer heights for some of my helmets and other functional parts. I also ordered a Rapido 2 high flow hot end. So this will go in something. I haven't decided if I want to put it in the Trident or not. But if it doesn't go in the Trident, there will be other options. We'll just say that. There will be other options coming down the pipeline on machines that we can install that on. One of the other things we did, as we talked about last week, was I had my Dragster fully printed, but I didn't have the critical drive components in. So my 10 millimeter wide GT2 closed loop belts, 10 millimeter wide, I think they're 20 tooth pulleys, and then the larger, basically drive pulleys that would get mounted on the actual axle, came in on Friday from the slow boat from China. So what that basically means is now I'm going to go ahead and order the motor and the rest of the drivetrain stuff that I'll need from Amazon to basically get a fully functioning dragster ready. And I'm going to start laying down some licks on it and kind of get the feel of it and make sure I can go down straight. A lot of what I was seeing out of the dragsters was what I will say DNRs or DNFs, did not finishes, where they were exiting the course due to not being able to steer them. So I think getting a clean straight pass is better than being a quick pass, because a lot of the people I was seeing were exiting left or right off the track rather than making full passes. Let's see. Lots of vendors. Really loved all the vendors there. When I got there, I took 3 spools of PLA, 1 spool of ABS. Yes. So with that, I took 2 enclosed ABS capable printers, 2 PLA-based printers, so I needed ABS. Luckily, I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off trying to find somebody that had ABS. I reached out to Pez Liz over at the Polymaker booth. They were still setting up their booth, and the person that was bringing the filament hadn't been there yet. So she said, "Hey, as soon as we get it, I'll run a spool over to you." I did. I was able to grab some ABS from IC3D, as well as some from Atomic Filament that we'll use for some projects here in the next couple of months. Actually, I bought quite a bit of filament because I also bought some from Alien 3D. He showed up with all kinds of filament from various places, basically leftovers from when he created the sample packs for his UFO boxes, and was selling them for $20 no matter what kind or whatever. So I picked up some Galactic Minor Copper, I believe it is. A few spools of that. Picked up some filament from Polar Filament. Yeah, Polar Filament. So I got some new filaments to give a try, and me and Evil Diesel are also trying to work some contacts that we made at the show to try and maybe sponsor some of our Death Racer upgrades for ERRF. And speaking of ERRF, yeah, I believe that we have come to the determination that the Death Racers are great. The Mecanum Death Racer design is amazing. Like seeing it move in real life was just crazy. So we're going to start building some basic prototypes, or at least initial prototypes to get the lower end gear train all set up so that we can start practice driving them, because there is a little bit of difference in driving them. You have to get your mixes right and everything. And then we'll get our final color schemes down and print the for realsy ones for ERRF in September. Speaking of ERRF in September and some of the stuff that came out of MRRF, Big Tree Tech on the last day came up to me and was kind enough to, did I set it up here? Yes. Gave me one of their latest versions, which hasn't actually hit the shelves yet, of the Chaotic Labs CNC tap. So I believe 2 of the printers going with me to ERRF will be the Voron 2.4 and the Voron Trident, so that we can sort of look at and compare and contrast, because they're both going to be running the same, we'll say, electronics bay equipment. I'm thinking they're both still going to be running Voron Revo Edition, or Revo Voron Edition hot ends, Clockwork 2 extruder systems. The 2.4 will be running printed tap. The Trident will be running CNC tap. They will also both be running Big Tree Tech EBB SB 2209 tool headboards and CAN bus umbilicals. So I'm going to try and make them as close to each other as I can. But I do want to see if I can notice differences between the printed tap and the Chaotic Labs tap, because they are using some different, a little bit different design. It gains you back the 3 or 6 millimeters of Y travel that you lose with standard tap. So yeah, we're gonna put this on the Trident. One of the other things that came about is a few conversations with Hector over at Fabrico. He was nice enough to provide me some honey badger sheets, a new honey badger sheet for textured sheet for Fey Dragon here. And this is very nice. It's single-sided, but it's a textured sheet. He saw, I had a Fabrico one on there. It was a standard, gold PEI textured sheet. And he went ahead and grabbed this for me. He also got me a couple of V0 bed size sheets, one for the Rook and one for my V0. So I'll have a couple of those. Oh, the Rook. The Rook was printing beautifully during the show until late Saturday. I was sitting there having a conversation with somebody. We were talking about the printers, and the bed just dropped. And I looked over to Evil Diesel like, what happened? Like, did you hit the, did you bump the power cord or something? He goes, no. The cheap 24 volt power brick, DC power brick that I had gotten off of Amazon, the fuse completely like imploded. So I don't know if it was just like some dirty power or a sag and a surge on the power there in the venue that just took out this cheap power supply. So I'm trying to find some different power supplies that are a little bit better quality. And if I can't, I'll just buy 2 or 3 and have a couple on hand in case one bites the dust again in the next show. With that being said, in my talks with Fabrico, I will now have a Rook, a Fabrico Rook Mark 1 kit coming, as well as a Rook 2020 kit en route to me here shortly. So once those get in, we will also add that to the build cycle. So basically, we've got quite a lot going on in the next couple of months between now and ERRF 2023, which is it's the last weekend that goes from September into October. I can't remember the dates right off the top of my head, but it's the last weekend in September. So yeah, we did get, I did get to see Mia. That was fabulous. Westry One did bring me my Mia plushie that she had been talking about. So I now have my my own Mia to keep me company on stream. And she will be somewhere around the Dragon Den for the streams. She may not be in the same place. She may move around. Who knows? Maybe we make something fun out of who can find Mia or where's Mia type of thing on the stream. She also brought me some of the Legos that I won. So this appears to be the Marvel, was this Doctor Strange and the Interdimensional Portal. So we'll have that. We might do a Lego build stream, maybe an alternative night, just to add it in there and do something different. And I also got a 55 pieces, and it's a Quidditch practice from Harry Potter. So we'll have a couple of things that we can put together just on a, kind of a lazy stream, either between builds or, maybe we've had a couple of intense streams, long running intense streams working on a build, and we just need a chill stream to kind of lay back and we'll do some Legos and chit chat. So yes, so kind of the things on the docket: Trident build, 2 Rook builds. We need to complete the Dragster. We need to print all the parts for our Mecanums. And I believe Evil Diesel will probably be building those. Once again, we'll print them, and then he'll probably do the mechanical builds on those. I know he is leaning towards starting a stream here soon, so we'll have to lean into that and get him streaming as well. Maybe we'll bring him over here and have him on stream. One of these nights we may do a Thursday night stream and get him over here and break him in on Twitch. You know, get him a Twitch stream, get him some Twitch stream time. What else? Yeah, just lots of great fun with lots and lots of great people. There was no drama. There was no, just no issues. It was a great show. Lots of good people. Once again, similar to Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest, where we had people of all ages. We had young kids. There were some kids there that had converted guitars, like Guitar Hero controllers, to controllers that could be used to play like Super Mario 64 or Mario Brothers 64 or whatever that particular game is. And they were sitting there playing that throughout the show. We had some people there at the show with massive, and I do mean like massive, 3-story, it was like a house or a tavern, but it's a dungeon type scene that you can then break. It's one big thing, and you can break each one out and run the game events through. Let's see, a lot of the regulars: Micro Swiss, Slice Engineering, Cookie CAD, Polar Filament, Filament Stories, Atomic Filament, IC3D, Greengate. Greengate was there collecting spools again, empty plastic spools for recycling and reuse. So that's always a good thing. They're doing, not only doing recycled PET G, but they're doing, reusing spools. So they're recycling plastics that can be reused in our print environments, but they're also keeping spools from going to the landfills. And that's kind of an awesome thing. We had Lightburn with their lasers out there. We had Ellie Rose showing off the Cocoa Press. Now, she didn't have any prints, like chocolate prints for this show, but she did have chocolate, which is, always her deal. And who else we had? We had several CNC machines there. There is talk that next year they will expand into another building, and they will have Death Racers and the Dragsters at an indoor venue versus standing outside in some really sweltering heat with very little cloud cover. And they may be, we're trying to talk them into expanding it, both their signage and their advertising, away from just MRRF or Midwest Rep Rat Festival, because people really don't know what that is. If you say 3D printers, CNCs, lasers, maker community, like, let's get more of the maker community there, as well as we're doing Death Racers, RC vehicles. We're doing Dragsters. Let's get other RC vehicles. Let's get drones involved, because a lot of the skills that we use, whether it's 3D printing body parts or spare parts for a track day event to get somebody back up and running, to laser cutting acrylic pieces, or even CNC milling some um, carbon fiber or small metal piece to get somebody back up and running for the event. Those are all things that can be, brought in and tied in together. So we're going to try and see if we can expand the scope of the event some next year. And it's going to take people like us, us makers in the community, to help drive that and get that going. So hopefully that's something that we can get going here in the near future. Some printer builds. I believe we're converting our Death Racers to the Mecanums versus having Death Racers, the original Death Racers and the Mecanums. We're going to have at least the one Dragster with us. I did not pull the trigger at this show, but I am still really, really thinking hard of getting a Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit from 3dbeltprinters.com. I think that's the name of it. And being able then to print the one-piece frame and the one-piece body for the Dragsters. Hey, Scott, how's it going? Mecanum is about 400 just for motors and controllers. Yeah, and that's the thing. We're going to try and see how those go, and that's why I think if we do go that route, it'll be a shift in that direction. But we'll see. We're still trying to think about it. 3dprinterkit.com. There you go. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. Yeah. If you were taking sales for them, I would have handed you my wallet at the show. But I think I'm really going to pull the trigger on that one as well. So I'm not sure how long you've been lurking around there, but yeah, one of the things that we're gonna be doing for the show. Oh, let me take a quick gander at who all has rolled in. Let's see, we got Edge of 3D Scott, we got Evil Diesel, we've got Tata, Lurks, Steve 3D, and Turtle Crawler. Hey, Turtle Crawler, how's it going? You've already ordered stuff for 2 of the Mecanums. Why am I not surprised, Scott? The question is, so I think you're going to be like me and Evil Diesel. We started taking notes, and it's like, okay, I think we're gonna go back to our military roots, and we're gonna have packing checklists for all of our stuff, so that we not only pack all of the vehicles but also the remotes and the batteries. But I will say, Scott took 3 Death Racers, 3 Dragsters, and as he was setting up his booth, I believe you were getting ready to show the Dragster off to tripod on Thursday night. And that's when you realized that you left the case with all 6 controllers and batteries at the shop, because he was charging batteries the night before. However, all 6 of those vehicles ran during the show, because the community came together and got him the radios and stuff he needed so that they could all run. So, I mean, that was amazing. Oh, John the organizer, not John Tripod. Okay. But yeah, and I mean, that was amazing. Even me, when I first got there, I was having problems with the Rook. So I ran over and talked with Chris over at KB3D and said, hey, do you have extra motor wires? The 4-pin to 6-pin motor wires. And he said, no, but here's cable, here's, strippers, crimpers, crimps. If you need to, go make motor wires. And I'm like, okay, great. It's like, I didn't think I was going to need to, but just in case. Because I was trying to do some quick down and dirty troubleshooting. And then I found another group, and I can't remember the guy's name, who had a multimeter that, and between it, I was able to find everything I need to troubleshoot and basically determine that, yes, it was running on stream, but it was running on stream with full length cables. And when I cut, crimped, and cleaned up the cables, this guy didn't wire them in the right order. So I had the phases crossed. So some repinning. I had to redo a couple of the crimps that had come. I pulled the wire out when I was trying to get the connector or the pin out of the connector. So I had to do a few recrimps and stuff. But everybody in the community is going to help, Later on, we had a guy that brought his printer, had his printer there, was setting it up for display, and didn't have the power cable. I had like a dozen of them, so I gave him a power cable, That's the thing about a show like this is no matter what, we don't want to see our fellow makers fail or have a bad showing, and we help everybody, right? That's what's really cool, and that's what I like about this community is at the end of the day, we come together, and that's great. So yeah, Scott, me and or Evil Diesel may pick your brain some on the Mecanum stuff, especially if you can find sources for some of those motors that may not be as crazy. Just saying. And I'll definitely, when I pull the trigger and get that belt printer, I may hit you up on some, as I'm trying to dial that in, hit you up for some tweaks and stuff. Pick the brain a little bit. But yeah, all in all, it was a good show. Scott, I don't know how much time you got to go out and hang out with your printers during the event. Because if I remember right, you had a 0G Mercury at Fabrico's table and one over at Polymaker, correct? Or at least they look like yours. Because I know one, every time I walked away from the table, that's when everybody came up and started wanting to ask questions about printers and stuff. So I'd have to go running back to the table. But I spent a lot of time. I had my table, there was the aisle, and then there was Luke's lab, and on the other side of Luke's lab was KB3D, which is where my Merc printer was sitting. And I was constantly running back and forth to talk to people about the Merc printer and the setup. And I had LDO Motors Jason over there showing them how I used, the orbiter and the filament sensor in that build and how that build came together. I had Big Tree Tech over there because they provided some components. And of course, it was on KB3D's table who provide a lot of components as well. Okay, so the one at Polymaker wasn't turned on. It was just kind of a static. Okay. You gave both of them away Sunday afternoon? Holy crap. Like to anyone in particular or, just attendees or? Because, yeah, that's pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I can tell you that I got lots of questions and foot traffic on mine. And I wouldn't have given mine away simply because my panels are just way too tight. And so they're kind of oil canning and bowing a bit. So I really want to fix that also between now and ERRF, just in case I decide to take Voron and this, or I have a feeling I'm going to take the 2 Vorons and the 2 Rooks from Fabrico. Oh wow! What were the other 2 printer? Oh wait, you had the Lynx belt printer, right? Which is the full, like, so you've got the 45-degree Ender conversion, and then you had, I think it's the Lynx 3D, which is a full kit build, but it's a 45 or 90-degree printer, right? That's right. You had the Core XY Ender 3. Okay, nice. Well, that's pretty awesome. Uh, yeah, and I know Nero brought a bunch of printers and gifted out a bunch of printers. Chris Riley did the same, and I think Chuck Hellebuck did the same. Lots of people had different, like, raffles and giveaways going on. So there were a lot of people that were getting some printers during the show. So that's really cool, Scott. That was really cool. Edge Tech gave out printers too. Okay, nice. I want to say, did somebody give out a laser as well, or is that just maybe that was a picture I saw of somebody holding up one of the lasers at the Creality after show party thing? Was it ShareFest 2023? I think that was a picture I saw on Twitter of somebody holding up a laser at that. Yeah, it's just so much still running around in my head from this show of everything that went on. It was crazy, and of course, sheer luck. The hotel that I stayed at, I had Scott from Edge of 3D, Sam Prentice, Tripods Garage, Doc from the Voron team, Steve Builds from the Voron team, Chris and Chris from KB3D. I mean, it was great to see everybody and be able to sit there and just kind of relaxing, shooting the crap over breakfast in the mornings. So, yeah, that was at the crowd event. Okay. Okay, nice. Well, good. Yeah, I didn't make it to any of the after party events. Um, yeah, we got there. It was a 12-hour drive Thursday. We came into town, had some dinner with my son, went back, and just both of us, me and Evil Diesel, both just sacked out. We got up Friday morning, and that day was crazy because normally Friday is just setup. But this year, from like 3 to 9, they were open to the public, and it advertised open to the public. So it was pretty crazy and busy Friday, and we left there right at 9, and we got back to the hotel, and we were like, okay, are we gonna go out to Chili's, which is where a bunch of people were going? And we both kind of sat there and it's like, yeah, no. And I think we were out within like an hour, just sacked out. And then Saturday was, 9 to 9 all day, pretty crazy as well. So yeah, we were just. I think next year. I think I'll do a little more socializing. Hey, Zombie, how's it going, my friend? How are you doing? I know you were another one that was running all over the venue constantly. You didn't leave till mid. And see, that's what I'm afraid of. Is I've done these things before, whether it's conferences or TDYs. Hey, Createx Brit, how are you doing? In the military and stuff. And you're like, oh, let's go get dinner. And next thing you know, it's like 2 in the morning, and you've got to be back up at 7 and back over to the conference venue or whatever. And I think I was just afraid to get out there and get myself wrapped up in the long nights. But thinking next year we'll do it. What the heck? And hey, Scott, I told you. Um, so Friday, I leave Thursday. Friday, there's the belts and the pulleys for the Dragster. So they showed up the day after I left. The Fabrico stuff that I ordered, which was the High Flow Revo, showed up the day after I left, along with a Fadis Rapido 2. So yeah, um, it was great seeing everybody. Creative Sprint, I am looking forward to seeing you at ERRF. You were sorely missed at the event this year. Few people weren't there, like Joel Telling wasn't there. Creative Sprint wasn't there. Of course, Joseph Prusa himself wasn't there, though the Prusa team was out in force. But Joseph himself wasn't there because they had just done the POG tour around the states, and he was starting to feel a little sick, so he wasn't going to come over. But yeah, it was a great show. The printers came off well. Yeah, that's true. The Puppet Research Group showed up on the last day. Yeah, yeah, he is, and I, traveling as much as I did in the military, and then do a trip where you come from Europe and then come over and spend like, what was it, like 2-3 weeks just going all around the states to all these shows and then heading right back. I mean, I know how much travel takes out of me. I'd be a wreck by the end of it. Public service announcement for those that go to MRRF next year. Sunday morning, if you need your coffee to get you going in the morning, get it at your hotel, get it at Starbucks. You're not going to get it at the gas station that was closed. You're not going to get it at Cabin Coffee that was closed on Sunday. And unfortunately, those were the only two things after we left the hotel because we didn't hit Starbucks on the way in, thinking we're going to go to Cabin Coffee. And I was too lazy to turn around and we were running late by that point. So, yeah, just a tidbit of information. Sunday, in fact, I would assume that Dunkin' might have been open, but that was the other direction from the hotel. Yeah, Sunday was rough because of that. So yeah, everything ran great. In fact, we got there, we got the printer set up, and my wife had printed off some cards with all of my socials on it so that people could pick them up. And I go, I don't have any like card holders. Go online, grab the first one I can off printables, and threw some lime, what is this, ABS? Yeah, Polylite ABS on there and said go. And it went. Didn't have any problems. So, 12-hour drive in the truck, pick it up, put it on a floppy table and say go, and it printed just fine. Same thing with the 0G. It printed the whole show. In fact, I printed 2 of the Optimus Primal heads. And the first one that printed overnight Friday into Saturday, as I was peeling the supports off, I got the puppy dog eyes from a little kid. So that one got handed out and I started printing another one. And this is in IC3D blue ABS. So, yeah, the printers were a big hit, Zombie. They really were. Hey, K2 Kevin. Hey, 3D Medic Vince. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us tonight. I know you've got a vast plethora of streamers, either here, YouTube, pick a platform that are going to be going on weird days this week, doing all these Murph aftermaths. But hey, Pez Liz, how are you doing? Pez Liz was phenomenal. Like I said, she hooked me up with some was it Galaxy Purple ABS for the printers when I realized I didn't take more than one roll of ABS with me. And she also hooked me up with a lot of snacks in the form of a Canadian care package. K2 Kevin laid me. So I got a whole necklace of, what did I do with those? Oh, K2 clips. Oh, they're downstairs still. I've got stuff strung all over the house. Like the printers came up last night. A lot of the filament came up last night. You know, stuff from Atomic and all kinds of other filament. Basically, I went with a foot locker that had a bunch of prints in it, and I came back with a foot locker full of filament. So it's, I guess that's kind of how it goes. Oh yeah, not a problem, Pez. Thanks. No, K210. It's literally sitting on my kitchen table, along with my my Murph badge, which is going to make its way over here and hang up on the board right over there next to the Rocky Mountain one. So, oh man, Evil, you got 8. I got 3 from Alien, 3 from Atomic, 1 from IC3D, 2 from Polar Filament, 2 from you, because the last day of the show, the Polymaker Fairy brought me some blue ABS. I also picked up some LED light to put some lights on one of those two. Yeah, it was an event. We were, oh, the Creality event. You know, I saw a lot of the pictures. Like I said, I didn't think to sign up for it. I probably should have, knowing that I wasn't leaving till the next day. But yeah, it from the pictures, it looked like it was a good event. Yeah, it did look like it was a pretty good event. So I hope everybody's, back home. They're feeling okay. You know, you got a good night's sleep and being home and everything. So I know I slept well last night. Being in my own bed again. But yeah. So lots of things going on. Lots of things planned. I know a lot of people have just started coming in. So I'll kind of give a rundown for some of the stuff going on for ERRF. So we've got a Trident build that we're going to get started. We may get started on a little bit here tonight. And we'll start that build stream in earnest on Saturday. During the show, we talked with Hector at Fabrico, and I've got a Rook kit coming as well as a Rook 2020 kit coming. So we'll be building those. He really liked my Rook that I had at the show, which I call a Gold Dragon. It was the black and the Polymaker. So it was the Polymaker, is it Galaxy Black or Sparkle Black? And their gold, the metallic gold. And that everybody really, really liked that. In fact, I had a lot of people asking me what mod I used for the bottom electronics cover plate, because it allows you to be able to take it off or put it back on without taking the printer apart. Where the file that comes with the kit, you set it down on top of the lower build piece and stick the rods through it. So you'd have to take the printer apart to get it out. Yeah, that's true. I probably had the only non-bender rook that was there. And I was, like I said, I was using an external DC power brick, and it was a cheap one off Amazon. And the fuse blew on Saturday, late in the day on the show. So Sunday it was just a paperweight. But the internal fuse on the IEC connector on the power brick is not it's not a fuse holder with a replaceable fuse. It's a actual soldered in fuse. So I think Evil Diesel, if I remember, I think we just threw it away, and I'm just going to buy a new one rather than try and repair the thing. And I'll just buy like 2 or 3 of them to have spares for the next show. Yeah, but also, Turtle, not only was there a lot of traffic and interest in the 0G Mercury Sing at KB3D's table, but KB3D said he wanted to reach out to you and Dutch about possible kits for that coming down the pipe when you guys are ready to release the bomb. So you might want to get with Dutch and chat about that. But yeah, lots of good people, lots of great time. We've got a couple builds going. I also want to build, like I was telling earlier, I want to do the Ender 3 belt printer conversion. So I need to get that on order and get it in here. So we'll have plenty of builds between now and then. We're going to, I believe we're looking at switching our Death Racers up from the Gen 1 body style to the Mecanums, which may be an expensive venture, but we'll see. We'll either do that or, who knows? Maybe we'll keep them as the standard Death Racer, but I think we're going to reprint them and brand them a little bit better than what we had this year, or this year at MRRF. I can tell you that I printed mine in carbon fiber PET G for most of it. And yeah, when we went all out on Sunday for just smash and grab, it took very little damage. I think we sheared one of the screws on the side panel, but the issue I have is I burned the ESC up in it. So yeah, you do something fun for ERRF. Yeah, like I said, I'm really thinking about getting the belt printer done and then trying to print the full body frame and the full body or the full single piece frame and full single piece body. And like I said, I want to take like the stickers from MRRF and do kind of do it all covered up in stickers as kind of like sponsors, like a race sponsorship type thing. And then I'll do the same thing for ERRF, just because I think that would be kind of cool to have those bodies hanging up on my wall here. Don't know if they'll be behind me or up on my wall over my desk. But yeah, definitely looking to something like that. Yeah, it was good. And I mean, the thing was, it was fun. And that's all I'm looking out of this is to have a good time, meet some really cool people. I talked a lot with Royal Nomi in BC. Delmar Franks, Frankenbee Gaming was lurking over at the table a lot. Got to meet Chewy, got to meet Westery One in person for the first time. Got to see DB3D Dan again. Of course, Zombie, Pezliz, K2 Kevin, Nero, and a bunch of the Voron folks, Greg's Maker Corner, you know, Luke and his wife from Luke's Lab, and then Luke from Big Tree Tech. Yeah, it was just great. And Evil Diesel was geeking out with everybody. So, you know, it was a great time. It was a great time. We missed you there, Britt. Just saying. I know life gets in the way, but we'll see you at ERRF. We'll see everybody again at ERRF. So yeah, with that, what do you guys think? You guys want to start working on the Trident? Do a little bit of work on the Trident tonight? Do it? Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Why not? Um, why not? Oh, you got an enclosure tape? I didn't realize you were ordering one, dude. I told you I had one you can borrow whenever you needed to, but okay, cool. Time to have some fun, yes. Yeah, time to have some fun, Evil Diesel. I think all your ABS is sitting on my kitchen table, by the way. You need to come over and get it. I tell you what, Britt, it was great sitting in the venue. It really was. They had the doors open. You had a good breeze. They had all the fans going. Um, but when you went outside to do the Death Racers or the Drag Racers, it it just got hot because, like I said, at least Sunday when I went out there was very little cloud coverage in the sky, and it was just beaten down. I think it was like 90 degrees or something close to that. But inside, it was perfect. You know, wore shorts the whole time. I kind of joke saying I could have probably just taken like one shirt to the event because, you know, between the requisite MRRF shirt on day one and all the other shirts that I was either given, I think I bought like one shirt and every other shirt was given to me. I could have been clothed through the whole weekend. Um, yeah, it was pretty comfortable. Then we got back down here, and thank God. So when we left to go up, I got up at 4 in the morning and filled up the tank and was at Evil Diesel's about 10 to 5. And we drove in dreary rain the entire way up until somewhere in Ohio. Um, and then it rained, what, Sunday night? It stormed Sunday right after the show ended, to the point where there was a few tornadoes in Indiana, just none right there in Goshen. And then we drove all the way back. We had a couple of like, thought of a shower, but we didn't hit anything really. We got back, got Evil Diesel unloaded. I got back to the house, got everything unloaded out of the truck, and you know I just brought the printer straight up, sat them there, and wasn't even going to mess with them. I was just trying to get everything in and out of the truck, and within an hour, it hit. And I mean, we had hail, we had the whole 9 yards. It was bad. The power was just blipping, all like constantly blipping. Um, so yeah, it was pretty nasty. But today, other than it being wet and I have standing water out in the front of my yard, it wasn't bad. And it's 85, 90 degrees again today. Oof. Yeah, we started breaking down, like, it was like, okay, we can put the Death Racers away now. We've got the other tub that had all the filament in it, and we just needed to break down the power supplies. So so my final prints on day, the last day on Sunday, I wasn't going to run the Optimus Primal head because it's like a 15-hour print. So what else do you run but Mecanum wheels? So I've got one here in the blue ABS, and that one ran on the Zero G Death Dragon, and one here in the Polymaker Polylight. This is the Starlight Jupiter, I think. Um, and I ran this on the 2.4. The ABS was like so waterlogged, it was starting to print like crap. The PLA was still passable, but yeah, stuff was just getting waterlogged. So I got to run everything through a dryer before I can use it again. Um, but yeah. Luckily we ran down, and I think we ate at, like, was it Wings, etc. Wing. There's a wing place down there by the Walmart, down in that area, and we stopped and had wings, and it poured down rain while we were in there. But yeah, let me clean some of this off to a different part of the bench, or the bench. I think I'll put it over on my desk, and then I'll move it afterwards. Um, this will go down here in this stack, and we'll start working on the Trident. Um, so, whoop, did somebody say wings? Yeah. So, um, we get there Thursday night, and my son takes us to, what is it, like Grand Tamal or something like that downtown. So we had Mexican. Saturday at the show, because he came out to the show to help us get set up, and got there after we had everything set up, but he hung out with us all day, um, which was great because he ran out and got us Jimmy John's, and then for lunch, and then later that day he disappeared. I was like, oh well, glad he said goodbye, before he just ran out. Well, he ran out because he's got friends that every year make big batches of tamales when I come out. So he brings this bag of like 3 dozen tamales in at like 7 o'clock at night, and they were fabulous. They were fabulous. And then Sunday we went to the wings place there. Like I said, it's just a little bit past the Lux Cafe, down that main drag. I can't remember, was it like Wings, etc., or what, some type of wings place. Um, but anyhow, um, as I did with the other Voron build, and as I try and do, um, we do have the frame already put together, and I do that simply because this my bench, it's like a 1/4 inch of laminated, probably LDF or MDF. So I'm not going to really be able to get things square on this as well. So I build them downstairs. Well, I may build it here, but then I square it up downstairs on the kitchen counter, um, until I get a slab of stone or something like that that's relatively cheap, that I can set up here, do a frame build, and then move it off after the frame build. That's kind of what I do, is just try and get the frames built and squared up downstairs. Exactly. The wings are pretty good. They were a little heavy on the sauce, and I prefer like a dry rub or dry seasoning on my wings these days, but they were good. Um, so we do have the Manuel here. Let me see. Can I bring that up? Do that. Grab this. Go properties like that, and we've got the manual up. Okay, so in our manual, once you, of course, get your base frame together, you start with your A and B drives in the idler. So on the Voron 2.4, your bed's static at the bottom and your gantry's free floating, so you'll build the gantry basically separately. Here, we've got our two Y extrusions set up, and we're going to build our motors and get them loosely fitted at the back, the idlers at the front, and then we'll add the rear cross member between the two motors and afterwards. So that's kind of what we're going to do. So we'll go ahead and we'll put the frame back down on the ground. And there it is. I'm like, I've lost my mouse. And we'll go ahead and get started on our motors and the idlers. And at this point, I have not pre-done any of the heat set inserts, but I did kind of separate the parts out as I will use them. Let's see what we got. We've got A and B motor parts. We've got an XY, XY, XY. Whoop. Idler parts. Rear stuff. Okay. So we don't need the XY joint. I'll grab that other piece that I knocked over. And we'll go ahead and get started. Yeah. These move them over. There we go. So for this build, we've got a Voron hardware kit from Fabrico. And so we'll be using this. This is a, I guess the standard, stainless steel or silver looking fastener kit. It does come with the M3 threaded inserts. So we'll have those to use. We'll dump a few of those out. And we'll start looking at our directions on what we have to do. So we'll look at our part here. It looks like it's this one, and we're going to need to put a heat set insert right there. And since I don't have the fancy insert tool, well, let me rephrase that. I have the fancy insert tool, and then I gave it to Evil Diesel because this is the way I do it. I just get my heat sets in there almost all the way, and then I'll put it up against my bench, which does a couple of things. It helps me get the insert flush with the actual part, and then by putting it up against the metal bench, it sucks away some of that heat, so it'll help it solidify around the insert a little bit easier. So we need that there, and then on our idler pieces, we'll need them on the sides. Sorry, I'm realizing I have a different camera angle now on this view. We'll go ahead and get these going, and it goes in not on the flat side, but on the raised or offset side of the part. We'll go ahead and get these installed. And what I'll do between now and Saturday is probably try and dig through the manual and just install the rest of the heat set inserts just so they're done. Or if you want, we can actually sit here and go through the manual and do all the heat set inserts now. I guess we can go, we'll go ahead and we'll just do all the heat set inserts as we come across them in the manual. And we'll just do a full per the manual build. Them 5 nuts. Now these are, at least on my parts, are normally sometimes loose. And if they are, nope, that'll work. If they were a little loose, then I would just leave them off and put them in as I go to, or use the part for the connection that it is. But we did get that installed. Once again, on these views, if there's a little heart with the Voron symbol on it, that means it's an accent part. So it kind of gives you a hint of what color you would be looking for when you're grabbing your parts. And once again, the color scheme that we're using is KVP fluorescent, sparkle fluorescent red and KVP sparkle copper or old copper. I think this is going to be another good color scheme that people will like. Looks like we're going to start with our idlers, and we'll just try and get our part sort of lined up with the way that we're looking at it here. We're going to need an M5 by 40. Be one of these. It's going to go in the slot. Hey, Otters Danger Gen. Yeah, we made it home safe. We got home and I was able to get Evil Diesel dropped off at his place and then get back home myself and all the printers and everything else unloaded out of the truck. And then probably about an hour and a half later, the storm just hammered us. I mean, we had hail in the whole 9 yards. But like the lights kept blipping, but we never lost internet and we didn't lose like the TV because we just stream our TV here over the internet because there's no actual cable company that feeds my neighborhood. But yeah, I mean, we sat here and watched TV and we were thinking, okay, if the lights go out, we'll just sit here and read or do something. So we're going to do a bearing stack. And so a bearing stack is the standard. You're going to use one of your, this is a M5 by 10 by 1 shim ring. So it's a 5 millimeter inner diameter, 10 millimeter outer diameter, 1 millimeter thick. So you'll put that in, and then you'll need your Where's my bearings at? Apparently they're not in there. You'll need your bearings. Give me 1 second as I bend down here and find out where they're at. There it is. They'll be in the motion kit, which my motion kit is from Tensor 3D. So we'll have the belts that we'll use later. We'll have some bearings, more bearings, some other types of bearings. I think those are pulleys. Bearings. All righty. We're going to use, these are F695 bearings. So they would be flanged bearings with 5mm insides. So once again, you're holding your screw from the bottom. You've got your shim. You're going to go bearing with the flange down towards the shim, bearing with the flange up, your other shim, and then you're going to put your other piece on. Going to make sure you get the right one. And the nice thing about the way the parts print, let me put back over here so I can see. So you'll notice on this part, there's a slot here and a little curved slot here. On its matching part, it's got a raised area in both of those spots that will key in and kind of lock it in place. So you should feel it lock into place. So we'll add the top to that. And now we'll need to put in our other printed piece. And you need to make sure you get the right orientation. So we've got our 2 holes on the left with our slot. And we need to make sure that we grab the accent piece that's going to have the hole at the top, the round hole at the top. The M5 nut is going to be at the bottom, and your the flat edge will be towards the front, and the edge that kind of pops out a bit or flares out will be towards the back. And that's how you're going to put in your piece here. Now, the interesting thing, and I'll say kind of the pain in the butt thing, is just get everything lined up, because you're going to have to slide out this bolt and then put it in from the opposite direction. And you're going to need to kind of put a little bit of pressure on it so you can keep your bearing stack in place and motionless as you pull that out. And it moved a little bit on me. You're going to slide this on, and then you're going to have to run the bolt back down through everything, which may be fun to get everything lined back up. I believe there's a pin mod that people have used that may be a little bit easier to get everything lined back up. I tend to just do it the hard way and have to fiddle with it. And then dump it out, because that's me. Yeah. There should be an easier way to do this. Apparently it's not for me though, because I don't know why I wind up just kind of doing it this way all the time. So I'll just build the bearing stack now in the cutout slot. That's why they have tweezers. So I'll take my stem, lay it in there on the, seriously, lay it in here on the screw. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time here. There we go. Got that laid on the screw. We'll bring one of our bearings up, stick it on top of the shim, once again with the flange towards the shim. These are tweezers to line it up if we need to. Raise our screw just a little bit, or a bolt. Get our other bearing in there. Use our tweezers to try to line things up. Move our screw in a little bit more. And then we'll take our other shim, using our tweezers, and feed it in there on top. Hopefully this will work a little bit better. All the way through. Oh, yeah. I know you had some problems with this too, didn't you, Austin? As far as getting all your bearings put together? I mean, if it works out well, it works out well. When it doesn't work out well, it's just fiddly. But you should be able to get it through there like that. And when your M5 falls out, don't worry about it. Just push it in and then start twisting again. You're going to use your M3, no, M4 screw, and you'll just tighten that down. And you want it snug. You don't want to really crank it down because it does need to be able to slide. And I'll try and get in close there. That's what your bearing stack should look like. So if you watch the 2.4, it's the same exact way we did the 2.4 because the gantry is the same exact basic build. It's just kind of in a different order. So now we need an M3 by 40. That sounds an M5 by 40. Oh, I'm sorry, M3 by 40. Oh, there we go. M3 by 40 and an M3 washer. Hey, Timur, how are you doing tonight? Thank you for joining us. We are starting our build of the Voron Trident. We're just kind of going slow. We've been chatting a lot about the our time at MRRF and our plans for ERRF. So once again, we're going to bring this in through the front, which is going to go in the flat side of the idler piece, and then go all the way through and screw into the heat set insert that we put in. So we just go through, line up. You'll get a couple of threads in. You may want to kind of take it all the way through the screw just to make sure that you've cleared the threads from any plastic and stuff. And then I'll pull it back out. till it's out of the heat set insert. I'll just push it in and give it 1 or 2 turns. And that will just ensure that we're fully loose on the idler for the time being. I guess we can go ahead and we do need to tighten that up just till it bottoms out. The end result is you want these to be fully loose. So you're just inserting the bolt until it seats into the pocket here and starts to move your accent piece. So that's all you're trying to do on these, because that's going to be your tensioning mechanism for your gantry belts. So we got the one side done, and we're going to go ahead and do the other side. So I'm just going to slap these two together. Go like that. Make sure we're still got the right orientation. I'm going to put this in the right way, once again with the round hole at the top, the M5 nut at the bottom. And then I'm just going to take my M5 by 40, start working it in from the top on that slot, and then we'll just build the bearing stack internal. We'll need 2 of our M5 stems. Get that started. Okay, either I haven't had enough coffee or I've had too much coffee. We'll need 2 more of our flange bearings. Then flange side down and then flange side up. And once you get that lined up and your screw threaded through the other bearing, then it's just a matter of getting your other shim in there. We'll get that one later. What am I doing? Like, this is crazy. Okay, so 2 shims down. It's a good thing I buy those in like package. Hey BC, how's it going? And since BC's talking like lovies, I'm going to assume that it's actually Royal Nomi. Trying to get our our shim lined up and in place here so that we can get our bolt all the way through. Being cantankerous with me. Yeah, so I am curious, Austin. Did you have a lot of problems getting your shims and stuff lined up? Basically, I just want to make sure that I'm not the only one that has this issue. It was so great to see you again at the show, Royal Nomi, and to see you and BC there, and yeah, just to see everybody again, to have fun, chat, and just it was a great time. We got to see Westery one there and Mia, and see everybody and just have a blast. What I'm trying to do is get a screw lined up, and it's being a pain in the butt. All right, this isn't more exciting, but this is part of the build is trying to get everything lined up in a row. Sometimes the easy way is just remove the nut and reach down in there with something else to try and get things lined up. You can shove the screw through. There we go. Just like that. Now we'll be able to get our nut back in place and screw that together. Once again, you just want to go until it's boom, just ever so tight. Still needs to be able to move and slide. Okay. And then we're going to do our M3 by 40 and another M3 washer. Okay. We're going to come in through the front side, through the flat side of our topper piece, and we're going to just go ahead and tighten that in there through the heat set insert. And it'll start to go through in this case, the red piece. And just when it gets there and it starts to move the accent piece is where you want to be. So just starts moving it, just a little bit like that, and then you'll back it up and make sure that it's still nice and tight against the edge there. And that'll be just tight enough that we'll be able to get it installed, tighten or get our belts installed, and then we'll use these screws to pull the belts tight. You'll want to double check. So we've got the one here. You've got a screw at the top, a screw at the side, and you're low on one side. And then on the other one, you are screw at the top. Where are we at? Hold on a second. Okay, screw at the top, screw at the front, and your pulleys here. So this is the one on the right view. This one will be the one on the left side of the screen. So you'll have the screw at the top, screw at the front, and the pulleys at the bottom edge. So there's our two pulley setups. Hey, Timur, thanks for the subscription, my friend. I appreciate that, and a 2-month streak even. Awesome. Yep, time's fun, or time flies when you're having fun, or time's fun when you're having flies. Yep. I appreciate you resubbing. That is awesome. BC's doing homework, so that's good. Yeah, hopefully he does well. I'm trying to remember, was he taking 2 or 3 classes this semester, Nomi? Okay, so we verified that these 2 are good. So we'll set that aside and we'll start working on our A drive motor. So the A drive motor, we're going to orientate it in the same way with the cutout on the right side as we're looking at it. And we're going to need 2 M5 by 30 button head screws. And these are going to go in, we'll say the first and third hole back there, like that. I ask, is this a better view or is... I think this might be a better view, huh? And then we'll take our browser window. And move it down there. Move it up so it's... Is that good? Or would you prefer having the bigger manual and the smaller view of what I'm doing? But I kind of feel like this is a better setup. Two, but they're jam-packed like, okay. Yeah, so this is kind of like the summer semester, so it's twice as fast, right? This is, I'll say, the Trident. So at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest, we won the parts for the Voron 2.4, and I bought the frame for the 2.4, and I also bought the frame for the Trident. So we were building the 2.4, which is the one that we took to the show, right? Fade Dragon. And we took Fade Dragon and Death Dragon to the show. This is Fade Dragon's sister, which is going to be the Trident. We've been collecting all the parts, and I worked with KB3D so that the last thing I needed really was the bed. And so I ordered the bed, the silicone heater, the magnet, and the build service. And KB3D brought it to the show for me. So I just picked it up at the show from them. So that was the last thing I needed. And then the other thing was on the last day of the show, the Big Tree Tech guys were nice enough and gave me one of the latest revisions of the CNC tap. So let's go ahead over to this view. So this is what that CNC tap looks like. We will have to take it apart a little bit to do the install, but the shiny bits here and here, these are the belt clamps that when we go ahead and add the belts to the carriage, your tool head will mount on this plate, and that's what will slide up and down for your tool head or your nozzle probing for the tap. It uses, this is a like a standard end stop, right? And a little board to provide the electrical connections, and the magnet's right there for it. It's like that little 6x3 slot magnet. So we're going to go ahead and install this one on the Trident. And that way we'll be able to do a compare and contrast between the CNC tap and the printed tap that's on the 2.4. Okay. So we'll go back over to this view. Okay. So you're seeing what I'm doing. So we start off with our two M5 by 30 bolts back here on the back side. And that's going to be the rear idlers that we're going to start putting together here. So we put these two bolts in, and then we're going to put our fingers on it, flip it over, and we're going to build our bearing stacks. So our bearing stacks are shim, well, a shim on each bolt, turn around like this. And we're going to do flange bearing with the flange down towards the shim that we just installed. Then another bearing with the flange up. Another shim for each one. Okay. Then I just need to double check my orientation. So this one will get another bearing stack. So it's another full bearing stack. So we start off with the shim again. Flange side of the bearing down. Flange side of the bearing up. And then another shim. Okay. And then we're going to need the other part that has the cutout. And once again, you'll see like there's a little ridge right there at that circle next to the cutout. And there's a depression on its mating surface next to that cutout piece. So that's going to allow us to line everything up when we go to install this on top. We'll get our things lined up. We'll get that sandwiched in. We'll flip it over. And our note here is do not over tighten. We're going to tighten these two screws into the plastic just enough to hold it in place. And because these are button heads, we'll need our 3mm wrench or our 3mm hex driver. And we're just going to tighten these down into the plastic until we feel the full resistance where the button head like seats up against the plastic surface at the top here. And you can feel that resistance change if you're just twisting lightly. So you don't want to come in here and just start cranking it down because you might not feel it and go too far past it. And then you want to make sure that your bearings still rotate. And that you didn't just do a thing like that where I have my flanges in wrong, so I'm going to have to take them apart and fix that. Just flip that bearing over. We're just going to make sure our finger's underneath there. Take that top off. Take the top bearing in the shim, flip that bearing over, put the shim back on. Put the part back on. Everything lined up, sandwich, flip it back over, and tighten back down. Once again, you're going into plastic, so you want to go slow, just till the head bottoms out. And that's all as far as you want to go. Yes, Evil Diesel, I have seen that. In fact, I recently just saw that. And what was it? Check the wiring of your motors. Because you may have your motors are not lined up appropriately. Your motor phases are not lined up appropriately, and or something else, or that could be one problem, or dang it, I just had that issue. Racking my brain as to what the fix action was for it. All right, give me a second to think on that. So which driver's throwing the error? Wait, the extruder's throwing the error. It's letting you load and unload, but whenever you go to actually run something, it gives you the error. Sadly enough, I think it was the Rook that was giving me that error. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the update. Check your wires. You may have a loose wire or a wire that is a pin and a connector that has backed out. Because what it's finding is something is shorting to ground. So it's something with your wires. So double check the pairing of your wires. It's weird that it would let you load and unload and then fail when you go to do something. Yeah, I've got Fade Dragon and Death Dragon are online. I had to work on getting them back online. So the other thing is when you use Mainsail OS, it does for geek terms, it does a soft link of WA supplicant from one location to another. When I set WPA supplicant and set it up so I can work it on my other wireless router for the show and have it on a separate subnet at the show, it breaks that soft link. So when you come back and you want to add it back to the network, you're back to updating the WPA supplicant.conf file in/boot. So just a heads up. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Evil Diesel, the issue is you've got a pin that may have come out or maybe loose that's causing you the problem. And if not, I will definitely triple, quadruple check the history when I was doing the search before leaving for MRRF. So we've got the one side done, which was the A drive. Next up is actually installing the pulleys and the motors. So I pulled our motor kit. So I've got the V12 HT motor kit. So this is basically the high temp motors for the AB and a high temp motor for the extruder. So we're just going to pop these out. And of course, the extruder motor that comes in this particular kit, I'm not going to put all the way out, is a pancake style, which won't work with Stealth Burner. I believe it works with Clockwork One and an Afterburner, but it won't work for Stealth Burner. But don't worry, I've got another motor that I will use instead of this one, and this will just go over to the bench. We'll need the motor wires, though, down the road. We'll go ahead and get those pulled out. Okay. We'll need one of these. We'll need pulleys. And since we're going to be doing set screws, we do want to use our Loctite compound. And once again, you want to use a blue type of Loctite. If you use red, you're never getting them off again. So just be aware. I remember right, these are number 2 or 2mm hex screws. I'm just going to pull these out, put a little dab of our Loctite on it. And get it started back in there. And we're going to use our pulley tool to set our pulleys at the right height, or at a very, very close approximate right height. And we may need to make some minor adjustments once we get the belts on there and get the printer all set up. Minute little tweaks just to keep the belts running smooth. Now I just need to find what I did with the pulley tool. G ones. I probably put it in here with this stuff. This is the pulley tool. So we got the A and B. We're doing the A drive motor, and the A drive goes with the fat part of the pulley down. So we'll go ahead and we'll get that lined up on here. And once again, you'll want one of your set screws lined up on the flat, and that's the first one we're going to tighten up. We're on the A side. So you'll take your pulley spot and you'll set it right up against the face of the motor, and the other piece will lock into the pulley, and that gives you your height that you're going to need to set. So hold it tight with your finger. Go ahead and just snug it up just a tad, and grab your pulley piece again and double check and see if it dropped down, which it did drop down just a shade. So we'll try and set that up again. It's kind of hard to hold the pulley tool in there and get everything lined up and not have everything move on you. Lock it against the flat, double, triple, quadruple check the pulley height. Keep seeing like it dives down just a tiny bit. And like I said, this is just to get you close, and then you'll physically line it up with your belts once you get your belts in place. So with those on there, and then your motor, you gotta keep an eye on which way it tells you to put your wires coming out of it. And it looks like in this case, our wires, we're going to set our motor down, and we're going to take our opening or our A motor drive, and we've got the opening here, and that's the side that our wires are going to come out. And we're just going to set it down from top and just set it down there. And then we're going to use 3 M3x30 socket head cap screws. Just push those all the way down in there. We'll use our 2.5 millimeter driver. I'm just going to work my way around slowly to make sure that they all seat in the motor itself, and then we'll tighten it up. Before I tighten it too much, I want to take a look at the motor. And when you're looking at the motor orientation, you would think that you're looking at it like this. You're not. You're looking at it from the back. So you've got your, what I'll say is your shorter opening edge on this side, the longer opening edge on the right per the diagram. And you'll see you'll have your 2 rollers on the left side, your 1 roller on the right side, and that should line up with the pulley. So you'll just do that visible inspection, and as long as that's what you're seeing is single pulley on the right, or the idler on the right lines up with the pulley in the middle, and then on the left-hand side you'll have your double stack of idlers. That's the right orientation. Your wires, once again, are coming out towards this short side here, which they are. So now we can go ahead and fully tighten these 3 screws to lock that motor and the A motor holder together. Did that work for you, Evil Diesel? Now we'll start on the other side, and we're just looking to get our part orientation the same way. So long edge to the right, short edge on the left. We're going to put in our 2 M5 by 30 button head cap screws, and they're going to go all the way on the left, and third one. We're going to flip it over. Okay, let me know, my friend. And based on that orientation, I'm going to rotate it around so that these screws are facing you. And we're going to start off with a shim on each one of those on each one of those bolts. We're going to do a shim. We're going to need some more of our bearings. We're going to go a flange side down. Okay, then a flange side up. And that's going to make our 1 belt path. We're going to take a look, make sure I don't make the same mistake. Then we're going to need 2 more shims. And the one on the towards the longer open edge side is done. Now we need to do another bearing stack on the other one. And that, once again, will be shim, flange of the bearing down, flange of the bearing up, another shim. We'll make sure that those are all in the right orientation. And then we're going to take our other piece and we're going to do the sandwich. Just make sure things are lined up. And when we push down, the heads of those bolts will come out a little bit. We're just going to flip it over. So now your logo matches up, and that's right where that little indented piece mates in. Okay, and we will go ahead and tighten these with our 3mm wrench just until the heads make contact with the part. And once again, we're screwing into plastic, so you just want it when it hits the part. You don't want to over tighten these, because 1, you can strip the plastic, and then 2, your bearings aren't going to spin and roll freely. which is what we really want them to do. Now we're going to set this to the side, and we're going to get our other motor set up. And we'll grab our pulley and our 2mm screw again so that we can pull the set screws and put some Loctite on them. Okay, and on this one, the thin part of the pulley goes down. The thick part of the pulley is the part that stays up. One of your set screws will line up with your flat. And we're looking for the lower or the B side of our pulley alignment tool. And we're going to put that on the pulley and just slide it down till it touches the base of our motor. And then we'll tighten that set screw, trying to use our finger to hold it in place. And then I'll have to go find that little alignment piece again. So we can double check that it didn't slide up or down. Slid down just when you tighten this thing up, it slides down ever so slightly. So you just have to kind of counteract that when you tighten it up. Just keep double checking it. That's good. Tighten the other one up on the round edge. Okay. And so on this one, your wires are going to be going out the left-hand side. So my wires are facing my left. And our printed part, you've got the two going front to back, and your other two going side to side will be on the right. And it's just going to sit down on there. And then once again, it's 3 M3 by 30 socket head cap screws. Hey, Chewy, how's it going, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're making good use of your new Z-axis setups. We use our 2.5mm hex driver. And once again, we're just going to get all 3 of them started. Make sure that we got good alignment with the motor and that they're all lined up and biting into the motor mount. And then before I tighten everything down, once again, wire coming out on the spot where there's 2 going front to back, right? And we want to look at the motor from the back, and we'll have the 2 idler stacks on the right, and then we'll have the other idler stack on the left that's on the bottom, and it should line up with the pulley, which is also down at the bottom. Right, so idler, 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 pulley in the back. And it should be lined up between that lower pulley. And looking at it, it's pretty darn close. So we'll go ahead and we'll tighten these the rest of the way down. Very bad. What's going on, Chewy? So we now have the E drive, which is the left as you're facing the printer. Next up, we're actually going to start assembling the y-axes. And you'll see here in the overview that you have the front. The back is the side that has the center vertical. So you'll have idlers towards the front opening, and the motor mounts will go in the back. All right, no worries, Chewy. So what we'll start with is the right side of the printer. We'll go ahead and we'll put our Loctite away. We'll move our heat set tool, aka soldering iron, out of the way and pick up our heat set inserts. That there. Just trying to make sure that things are out of the way so I don't knock things over. Put these in the back, put the belts over there, get the idlers out of the way. All right. So once again, we have our frame. Scoot these over here. And with our frame, the front has the opening, the back has the center piece, and it wants us to work on the right side first. So I'm just going to turn around this way. And we want to put M5 T-nuts top and bottom at the front, M5, M5 at the top, M5 and M3 at the bottom. Now remember the way our frames are, we're dealing with a B-stock frame where the channel depth will be an issue with these T-nuts so that they won't lock in right. All right, Chewy, sounds good. Definitely DM me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put everything at the top, get the top done, then I'll flip the frame over to where the bottom side is now up, and then I'll put in the T-nuts and slide them, into the sides where they need to be. And there's an orientation to the T-nut where the holes are towards the front on the front side. And here, let me show you what I was referring to. We're going to go on a field trip. Okay. So here we go. Where are we at? Come on, work with me. Trying to look at the camera and wait on the delay. Okay. So we've got our T-nuts are in there, but you see how floppy they are? Where normally with the springs in them, they should be spring loaded and sitting right nicely in the channel. So this is why I'll have to put the parts on, get screws started on this top side, then flip it over to do the bottom side. Okay. If the frames were properly sized for the depths of the channel, we wouldn't have this problem. Similar like we did on the 0G build using the T-slots. I mean, everything lined up just perfectly, and we didn't have that issue. Here we have to go back to working through those issues. So M5 and M5 at the top and the back. Once again, your screws are going towards the upright pillars. So in the back, the top are M5. And once again, we'll work on the other nuts once we get the first couple of screws going into them. Now it's going to tell me to load the other side as well. So we'll go ahead once again and do the top edge. So 2 along the back with the holes in the T-nuts facing the upright extrusion. 2 on the front with the holes facing forward towards the upright extrusion. And then we're going to start with our idlers. So the idlers, your M3 screw, which is the front face of the idler, goes towards the front, like facing you. And so it's going to attach from the inside and it's going to go up and over that frame. So you might have enough room that you can force it over. If not, just loosen that M5 bolt some, and that'll give you a little bit more wiggle room to get your piece on. Just don't undo it all the way. Just like that. And then just slide it forward over your T-nuts. And we'll work to get the T-nuts fully aligned. And we'll have to remember to tighten that screw down just a little bit. So once again, if it's too tight, it won't go over the rail. So we're just going to loosen it just a bit, not fully. We're just gonna give ourselves a little bit of slack in the M5 nut there, so that we can get a little bit of wiggle room, and that will allow us to get it over the rail where it falls into the channel, lines up in the channel, and then we will just slide that part forward over our T-nuts, and then we'll use our tweezers just to keep the T-nuts lined up as we move it forward. So we can put on our screws, in this case M5 by 10 screws. These are button heads, so we would use our 3mm wrench. And with where these are located, you might be able to get in here with your nice straight edge wrench. If not, or you're afraid, like in my case, I've got a metal wrench head and you don't want to scratch it, you can switch over to a different type of wrench if you had it. So there we go. So in my case, what I'm going to do is switch over to my Bondhaus set, which are ball end drivers, which have this rubberized grip. So that should prevent me from marring up my my rails. Let's go ahead and tighten these down. And you want to make sure that they're moved all the way forward. No gap on these, all the way forward. Once again, use your tweezers to get the holes lined up. It sucks that you're having a bad day, dude. Um, I I know how bad days go. Um, and we'll go ahead and do the next step, which would be the back. Then we'll flip the whole thing over and we'll do the T-nuts on the bottom side. This tells you to do the one on the right. Then we're going to start working on the back. So in this case, it's the y-axis, which is the back left. And once again, if you can't get your pieces to slide over the bar, you'll loosen these two screws up just a bit, and that will let you get you some wiggle room that you can get these on there. You'll just have to remember to tighten them back on there if you need to, but it looks like that one popped on, no problem. I'm going to go ahead and turn this around. Because what I'm going to need to do is pull this back now and make sure that my holes line up. These will be M5 by 10. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. And we're going to kind of go out here in the front and we'll try and rotate it in. And if it's too tight, oh, that one went in as well. Once again, if it's too tight, you loosen these two bolts like a half turn or a full turn, and that'll open it up for you. Hey, Westry One, thank you for the raid with a party of 19. How are you doing, sis? Welcome in Pez Liz and Humbler John and Ash Prince. That is awesome. Westry One, thank you for the subscribe. That is so awesome. Solar 3DP, welcome in, welcome in. Let's go, let's go, let's go, as Westry One would say. That is so awesome. And Royal Novi, you're here again. That is awesome. Lurking in multiple streams, so you sneak in all the time. Okay, and we're just going to slide this over. Make sure our holes line up. And then it's fully seated against the rear upright. And we're going to use a couple of more M5 by 10 bolts. Folks, I'm going to get this tightened in here, and then I will acknowledge everybody on that raid. Once again, thank you all for coming in. I just need to make sure that I get these somewhat tightened down before I start doing things and forget where I'm at. All right, we got C. Travis as well. Hello, 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 my friend. Rob Inc. Thank you for being here. What's up? Doing good, Westry. Here, let me flip my screen back here for a moment so that we're looking at each other. Hello, everybody. For those of you that just joined in, my name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and welcome to the Dragon's Den. We like to build 3D printers. That's why we've got a variety back here. In fact, let me move this one out of the way. You'll see a variety back here. We've got a Voron V0 over here in the side. We've got a Prusa Mini rocking a brand new to me, Mia plushie. And for those of you that were following along, I got to see Mia in person along with Westery One out at MRRF this year. We also have our recently finished Zero-G Mercury, known as Death Dragon. We've got our Voron 2.4, known as Fade Dragon, that we built based off of the printed forward parts that we won at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest. And in this corner, we'll have an Ender 3 and a pair of Mark III builds. Sorry, let me get out of the way. Our Ender 3 over here in the corner, a Mark III with an MMU2S, another Mark III, and its big brother, a Mark IV, down at the bottom. So we like playing with all types of printers. We like building printers. Today, what we're working on is our Voron 2.4's sister, which is going to be a Trident build. Our Trident build here is using Sparta 3D fluorescent, sparkle fluorescent red and sparkle old copper for the accent pieces. So that's the build that we've got going on today. We've kind of chatted a little bit. It's not pink, it's actually a fluorescent red and old copper from Sparta 3D. Let me actually get a couple of pieces that are a little bit bigger. So here you go. It might also be the lighting too, Royal Nomi. But this is the color scheme that I chose for this build. And earlier on the stream, we did talk about some of the stuff that we've got going in the works between now and ERRF. So we're going to be building our Trident build. We're also going to have a Rook Mark I kit from Fabrico coming in, as well as a Rook 2020 kit coming in from Fabrico. And pretty soon here, I'm going to go ahead and order the Ender 3 belt conversion kit from 3dbeltprinterkits.com. And with that belt printer, I'll start working on some larger, like longer type things, like maybe a chain sword to go with my Warhammer stuff, or drag racer bodies and frames, and some other things that would be longer in nature. Yeah, these printed out really well. The parts were a combination set of prints off of my Voron V0 and the 2.4. Once we got the 2.4 done. The 2.4 has also printed several parts for Death Dragon, the Zero-G build. So as soon as we got that one done, it went straight to work. We also talked about the MRRF experience and how much fun that was. Once again, meeting all those great people that we know out and love out of the community, some that we've seen at prior shows, some that we saw for the first time, like Pez Liz. First time I saw Pez Liz, first time I saw Westery One in person and not just on on the stream. They're just as great in person as they are on the streams. What do we got? Give me 1 second, Solar 3EP. Let me pull that up and I will double check. Yes, that will be the one. I'm going to do the 45-degree kit. So they've got a 90-degree belt, which is good for, I'll say, like full plate production work, right? So on a 90-degree belt, your your Z gantry still stays in the vertical. And so you're printing just like a normal bed slinger. What it gives you the ability of is once the print's done, it will roll it forward into a catch bin and you can immediately start the next print. On a 45-degree belt printer, it's an infinite Z, so you can do long prints. And that's where you'll see there are some people doing like, I think Brecore Justin was doing a, like the, brain fart. I was going to say the girder, but it looked more like a train track, right? So it's the I shape, but on a train track, the top edge is a little more rounded for the wheels. But yeah, I'm going to do the 45 so that I can do some longer prints like chain swords, dragons, things of that nature. And if I may ask, those of you that have just joined in through the raid, if I can get you to click my icon underneath the streaming window and just give that a double click, that will actually bring you fully into my stream and count on my metrics. And it'll also, when you guys raid in, it just does a highlight box around everything. From a streaming standpoint, it is a little bit more distracting. So it does take my eye away from some things. Now, what we're having to do on this build, I did the frame off stream. Yeah, long dragons and boats. And like I said, chain swords, longer pieces for possibly like a cosplay sniper rifle type of build where you need a long barrel type thing, or the drag racers. Scott from Edge of 3D does have a single print frame and a single print body for it, rather than bolting together 4 or 5 pieces to make the frame and 6 pieces to make the body. You can do it in one piece and it just comes down and then bolts on. But on this particular frame here that you're seeing, as I do with all of my frames, I will loosely put them together on the bench, and then I will take them downstairs to either the glass surface of the stove, or more of what I do is the stone countertop in the kitchen, which I know is a solid flat surface, and I'll square the frame up down there, and I'll do that stuff off stream. That way when we come in, we can just start building. My work surface here that you're seeing is a 1/4 inch melamine laminated top that sits on like 3 steel thin cross straps. So it's not the flattest surface. So when you're building printer frames, the flatter and squarer your frame is, the better the build's going to be, and the tighter tolerances that you'll be able to get, and the less racked things will be. So that's kind of how we've gotten to where we're at right now. So far what we've done is we've assembled our front idlers along with the idler bearings stacks that go in the front here. And we've assembled our 2 XY motor, or B&A, XY, B&A motor assemblies with their stacked idler bearings and the motors. Okay. And we've gotten them on the y-axis rails with the top set of T-nuts installed. Because this is a B-stock frame from tensor3d.com, the channels in the extrusions are not to the tight tolerance specs you would get out of like Masumi rails. So the T-nuts do not, the spring-loaded T-nuts do not spring tight up against the face and stay in place. So if I were to put the nuts in here at the bottom, chances are just doing like I'm doing here, they would be falling out and going everywhere. So I got the top in. Now I'm going to flip the printer over, and then I'll put in the other T-nuts and just slide them forward and screw those in place. And we remember from our diagram, and I can tell from looking at the holes I'm going into, both of these are M5. Let me go ahead and pull this in. Both of these holes are M5, and we're going to put our T-nuts in so that the hole in the T-nut is facing the upright. So I'll just put those in, and this is where you'll see they'll go in, and I can really easily move them cattywampus. I can, yeah, they just don't line up appropriately because these channels are too deep and the spring doesn't have enough force to hold the front edge of the spring or the T-nut has these little divots in them. So the space should be held straight up into the gap, and it doesn't in these frames. That was one of the reasons why Tensor are getting replacement frames from their vendor, but they said keep these, and so they went ahead and sold them at a steep discount. And I'm fine doing these because I can work with these frames. I've worked with enough Creality frames that there's no problem here. We're going to just take these and move them forward. Make sure those holes line up. And we'll drop some M5 by 10 screws in. So how's everybody that came in from Westery stream? And what were you doing on your stream, Westery? Were you doing a farm stream? Were you doing a like Whirlwind Murph stream? What were you talking about on your stream? Those two are tight. We'll go ahead and get these two put in. Hey, Jerry Switek, how are you doing? She was doing a crying stream. Uh-oh, you guys broke her? See, now I've got to check this out. Let me see about pulling this up. Hit pause real fast. We'll switch our camera view here so we can bring her up. Go ahead and grab this one. All right. So let's check this out.
Oh my god! I don't. Holy shit!
Oh, you didn't tell me she used bad language.
You two have broken me completely. Yeah. Wow.
Hey, Ian Douglas, how are you doing?
Oh my god. I don't. Holy shit.
What?
You two have broken me completely. Yeah.
So, okay, so I see the reaction. What'd they do to break you? Westry, what'd they do to break you? Wow. Okay, so I knew about the mini, right? Because you came to Murph and I got to see you and meet Mia for the first time, and you picked up your Prusa Mini, which, you know, I know you were all excited and that was awesome. And I got to see Mia and, you know, that hit me in the feels, you know. And then you told me about the other surprise, which was Ian sending you a Mark III and then swore me to secrecy. So obviously that's out in the open now. And Jay sent you a GoPro. Wow. Okay. And is the GoPro then for like better streams for the farm stuff? Or are we getting ready for the action shots with the bow? Exactly, Pez. That's kindness. That's what we were talking about on stream earlier with just the kindness of the community. Um, when we got to Murph, um, Scott Edge of 3D um, had brought Death Racers and Dragsters for himself, Tripods Garage, and Sam Prentice, right? Because Sam's coming from the UK. It's kind of hard to ship all that stuff or bring it on a plane, things like that. So he had built them and brought them to the show. It was Thursday night. He had gotten stuff unpacked. He was going to show one of the dragsters off to John, which was one of the organizers of the event. And that's when he realized he couldn't find the remotes. And it dawned on him he was charging the batteries for the remotes and left the case with all 6 remotes and batteries 800 miles away. So this comes out on Friday. Saturday morning, he has remotes for everything. People either let them borrow one, went and bought them, but he had remotes and all of them were able to run during the show, right? Kindness. I was having some issues with the Rook, and I went over to KB3D, and he gave me, wire, crimp connectors, crimping tools. So if I needed to replace wires, I could. I went to another table and was able to get a multimeter so I could troubleshoot the wiring, right? All that stuff there. One of the other guys, and I can't remember the company they represented for, but they were also had a printer there at KB3D's booth. They brought the printer, forgot to bring a power cord for it. And I said, I got you guys, because I brought like a dozen power cords. So that's the one thing I had plenty of extras on. So I got them a power cord, you know. That's the thing that makes these shows happen. And I'm sure Brecor Justin has so many of those same types of things of how everybody came together to make Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest such a great event. You know, that's what we're about, is the kindness within the community. So that is great, Sarah. Couldn't happen to a greater person. I am so happy for you. You know, Pez Liz with her save, where she, you know, I get out there. I've got 2 printers that print ABS. I brought 1 roll of ABS, so she brought over a roll of ABS for me, and then by the end of the show, another roll of ABS just wound up on my table from Polymaker. You know, that's awesome. That's awesome. I am so happy for you, Westery. And I was so happy when you posted a picture that not only did I know the printer made it to MRRF and was printing the entire time until you came and picked it up. People were asking about it. People were asking about your coins. And we were telling them about the story of how it was actually Mia's paw print, you know, and everybody was like, there was hype waiting for you and Mia to show up so people could see you and Mia, or really Mia, but you know what I mean, right? You guys were still rock stars, even though you weren't there, because you had a table, you were set and ready, you know? Yeah, definitely. We take care of each other. We take care of each other. Yeah, and solar, you know, I don't know which one's closer to you, but if you can make it to either Rocky Mountain Rip Rap Fest, MRRF, ERRF, whatever, you know, even if it's one day out of the weekend, I mean, yeah, try and get there. It is so great. Last year, I was taking pictures and sending to Evil Diesel, and it was to the point where he's like, please, dude, stop. Like, you're killing me. You're killing me. I want to be there so bad. And this year, I drug him along, and he had a blast. Like, we went back to the room each night, and we were wiped. Like, by Sunday, we packed up, and we were back at the room. We stopped and fueled up the truck, got something to eat, went back to the room. It's like 5 o'clock, and we both sacked out. Woke up like 2-3 hours later, you know, ate something, you know, read, got on the internet, this, that, whatever, sacked out again for a full night's sleep, got on the road and talked the entire way home about how great this was or how great that was and what we want to do between now and ERRF. And then what we want to do for next year. Like, it was like a full-on 12-hour drive planning session for the next event. That's how awesome these things are. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's awesome. So, it sounds like Rocky Mountain's going to be in the April-May timeframe. In fact, my understanding in talking with Brecor Justin at MRRF was that they're already, so somebody else was looking at the venue, and they are already being asked if they want to be there again next year. They want them to sign a contract like now for next year. So we should have solidified dates for Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. I'll probably say real soon, like a couple weeks, right? Because they're already going to have to book the venue. When they book that venue, it's not just going to be the 18,000 square foot they had this year, but it's going to be the other 18,000 square foot part of that building as well. So they're going to have 36,000 square feet of venue space. They'll probably be able to do some stuff inside if the weather's inclement for like Death Racers and Drag Racers. And I believe, if I remember right, they were talking about having we'll call it a quiet zone. I think they're going to have a room where the makers and stuff can basically go and just get like, I need 30 minutes to like scarf something down and just get out of the madness, right? MRRF is around the same time every year. I mean, it happens in June every year. And then I believe ERRF is always right at the end of September. So, yeah, it'll be good. And knowing about those rough times should help you be able to plan whichever one is closer to you, or whichever one works out best with your schedule. Like I came back from Rocky Mountain and I was like, I've got to figure out how to drive there, but knowing it's going to be a 3-day drive each way from North Carolina, my wife's like, hey, how about I drive and I can take some stuff out there for you in the car and you fly in? Because, you know, she doesn't work. She does some volunteer advocacy work for early childhood special education and adults with disabilities. So she has the time that she could book out to go out there. So that would be cool. Okay, so you're down in Florida. Okay. Yeah, so really you're flying into either any of them. So I mean, it's unless you could. Well, yeah, most people I think that are coming out of Florida aren't driving. I think all of them are pretty much flying. So, but yeah, definitely if you can make one of the shows, do so. Or if you can make any type of local con or maker event, you know, do it. Do it. It is so awesome. Yeah, there you go. I think Jano flew, and if I remember right, I was watching his saga because he had some issues with plane flights getting back and forth, but or at least back. I think he got there okay. I think it was going back home afterwards, but I think a lot of that was just due to the storms and stuff that we're going through. Um, so once again, on the front idler, I'm going to switch back to the build a little bit. On the front idler, it's two M5 by 10 button head cap screws that are going to hold that in place. So um, the last one of the last builds we did was the Voron 2.4. In that one, we had a fixed bed and a moving or flying gantry that was, you know, all four corners belt driven. For the Trident, the gantry is static; it doesn't move, and the bed goes up and down, very much like my Mercury or my Zero G Mercury One, right? Um, so the gantry itself, though, the parts are almost exact, right? I think I think it's exact same parts with the way they go together and everything. I think, you know, the motor mounts and the front idlers are exactly the same. So um, on this back side here, we have an M5 screw that's at the back, and then towards the front is an M3 screw. This is the one difference. And this is, I believe, yeah, this is because of the end stops. So we'll put an M5 T-nut with the hole facing towards this back upright. And then we're going to put an M3 T-nut with the hole facing towards the back. And we'll just slide these in there and line the holes up. And I'm using my tweezers because I can squeeze it together, put it in the hole, and then let it go, and it will kind of self-center the T-nuts in the hole. And so we're going to use a, let me double check on the manual. Your wife, oh, is she still caught in traveling with all of the storms and stuff? Kind of hope not. Okay, so you just want to make sure what the 5x10. Okay, so actually what I need to do is not an M5x10 there. I'm going to use an M5x16 and an M3x12. Yeah, there's another piece that I need from which bag? What? This bag. And once again, the piece that we're going to put into place down here. Let me double check this. Yeah, so we're going to put the in-stop piece in. Got to figure out which one's what. All right, it'll be this piece, and we're going to use a M5 screw at the back and an M3 screw up front. If we were going to use a Hall effect, which uses a magnet, there's a little piece here that we could dig out and then put a magnet in there, and that would allow us to use a Hall effect. We're not. We're going to use just regular end stops. So we'll be able to just get these lined up and ready to go in. I'm going to start with the M3, just get that, make sure that's biting in, which it is, and then get my M5 in there. And oof, stuck in New York until Friday. That stinks. Maybe she can meet up with Creatix Brit out there. And I really don't like torquing things down with a ball end screw, but I'm going to need to so I don't scratch my frame up. I'm just going to go ahead and lock these in. So those are nice and tight. Now we would get the bar ready to go along the back. A couple of these things out of the way. And what I'm going to do first is I'm going to flip this back over, and on our motor mounts, we were able to get the sides on here without loosening up the screws. But on our fronts, we had to loosen up our screws a little bit. So I just want to, yeah, tighten that screw up just a little bit. And I need to use my round bit so I don't scratch up my bar here. But you're turning it just till it grabs. It should still be able to slide in the channel there. If you tighten it up too much, it's not going to slide, and it'll make it hard when you go to tension your belts. So you just want it snug so that it can still move easily with a little bit of tension, and that gives you all you're going to need there. Okay. So Westry, I never did see you state what you were doing on your stream. What were you guys working on tonight? Were you just printing and chilling and crying and bawling? Oh, I need to figure out which of the 4 remaining ones I have will be used. And according to the diagram, it looks like the next shortest would be the one that would go in here. I'm just going to kind of take a look, and yep, that looks about right. Put those 3 aside. And we're going to kind of do the same thing because we're going to have that problem where we'll start to put it in place and it'll be floppy so they could fall out the bottom real easy. So we'll add the ones at the top. We'll get our piece in place. We'll get the screws started. We won't tighten them all the way down. We're just going to get them started. Then we'll flip the printer over and we'll get all of our other screws started. Our other screws started. So we should be able to slide this between the parts. Come on. Really? I say that, and then that's a hard no. No worries. Take your M3 and loosen the screws here. So I'm trying to get my bar in here between these 2 printed pieces, but there are tabs on them. Go ahead and adjust that just a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to loosen up these screws just a little bit. We might have to loosen up the 3 screws holding the motor as well, because that's keeping this pretty clamped tight. And that will give me a little bit of room to lift the printed parts up. And hopefully just have to do these inner ones. I don't need a lot. I just need a little bit of give to get that in without possibly breaking the plastic. There we go. And both are in. Now we can go ahead and tighten these back up. Once again, on these M5s, we're going into plastic. So it just needs to be, just until you feel the tension change. You don't need to really squirrel those down because they're really just acting as pins for your idler bearings here. We were printing on the Mini and the Mark III, and we're going to talk about MRRF. The Mini and the Mark III, but talking about MRRF got interrupted because there was a box at the end of the driveway, and we talked about the Mini and Mark. Okay, so you talked about the Mini and the Mark III, had a good cry about the GoPro, and everything that came your way. Well, good. And I am so happy that the Mini made it back home and was printing well again. The next thing I need to do is get you another sheet, get another mini sheet out to you. Okay. So you have that. The standard PEI one. It's kind of it's had a few digs in it. Maybe we'll send you one of the textured plates next. You know what, Chewy? I haven't used them. I've just worked around it. That's why I said is I'll just put the T-nuts in here, slide them down, get the bolts started on both sides. Then I'll just flip the printer over because I'm using gravity to my advantage, right? Rather than try and put a T-nut on this upright and expect it to stay in place, I'll sit it flat so I can put the T-nut in there and it's not going to move around. So that's how I've been working the T-nut issue. Okay, and looking at these, the holes are going towards the motors on your T-nuts. So you're going to set your T-nut in place in this orientation, and they'll go end to end, right? Same thing on the other side, except the holes will be pointing towards the motor. And like I said, the issue here is their supplier sent them out of spec frames. They were getting new spec frames, and these frames go for depending on, I think this is a 300 size, this is about $150. And they were selling these B stock frames for $50. I can deal with loose T-nuts to save $100. Okay, we're going to use M5x10s going into the motor mounts. So we'll grab our M5x10s. Once again, because of the distance here, I'm going to use my ball end screws that have this rubberized handle so I don't mar my aluminum frame. And I'm not going to tighten them all the way. I'm just going to tighten them loosely for now. All right, I do need to flip this around so I can get these lined up. Yeah, the mini prints so clean, and actually all of the Pruses that I have do, whether it's a Mark III or the Mark IV or the Mini. And my Mark IIIs were self-source builds. They weren't like purchased from Prusa. My Mini was purchased from Prusa, and my Mark IV was a fully assembled purchase from Prusa. So, okay, so we got those. We're going to flip this over. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put the 4M10s on the on that. I'm just trying to make sure that it's relatively centered. 4M5x10s. And so once again, the parts that we printed here were primarily printed on the Voron V0. I still need to print the stealth burner, and I was going to need to print the tap parts, but I no longer need to print tap parts. So on the last day of the show, Luke from Big Tree Tech, well, they had hidden one of their ducks on the 0G, right? And I had found it because they hid it while I was out doing the Death Racer run. And I came back in and I happened to be talking to somebody about the printer and I found it. I was like, oh, ha ha ha. So I walked it over to them to be like, okay, what prize do I get? And they were like, oh, they were supposed to tell you they were hiding that there. You know, we're gonna get you something else. Don't worry about it. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, if you can go ahead and take it back and hide it kind of the same way, because it was set so it was kind of peeking around the little. I had a I had an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with details of the printer and the sponsorship and stuff, just sitting on top of the printer, and they put the rubber ducky like looking right around the corner with the Optimus Primal head sitting right next to it. So you could almost see it. It's kind of like it was just peeking around the corner. Well, nobody found it by the end of the show. So Luke came over to me and said, hey, I've got something for you. This version hasn't been released yet. Okay. So what he gave me, so for those of you that don't know, Chaotic Labs and Big Tree Tech are owned by the same parent company. Okay. So what they've been asked to do is, since Big Tree Tech has good distribution channels in place already, they're trying to leverage some of those to get the Chaotic Labs stuff out there. So this is a new revision of their CNC tap. So remember, we printed tap Rev 8 out for the 2.4 build. Well, here's the tap that we're going to use for the Trident. So these metal, the shiny metal bits, those are the belt clamps. So that's where your belt's going to clamp down to. The face of your stealth burner is going to mount to this front plate, and that's what slides up, right? So the sensor here, rather than being an optical sensor, is an actual Omron in-stop, right? If you can see that there. And this little rail that's in here, this is an actual high-wind MGN7 rail. Okay, Westry, go feed the horses. Go take care of Diesel, Captain Diesel. And then that right above my finger there, that is the like rectangular magnet. And so that's what returns it into position because it pulls back down onto it's magnetized to the high wind rail. So it just pulls it back down. So this is the Voron tap that we're going to use. This is, I believe he said it was 60 grams, so it's lighter than the printed parts. And it winds up being thinner than the printed parts. So you actually gain like 3 or 4 millimeters back because it's actually thinner than the printed parts, which also uses an MGN 9 rail instead of a 7. So we'll be using this on this particular build. And I've also been talking to him as well as KB3D, Chris over at KB3D. And I may also be getting a Nomi, which is the round display that goes in front of the part cooling fan for the stealth burner. So I need to start printing the stealth burner parts, but I'll probably go ahead and print both a regular stealth burner front and the one that works with the Nomi, so that I can be prepared for either one. So we've got the top and bottom at the motor mounts in, right? So top ones, bottom ones. There's also supposed to be 2 M5 T-nuts that will be in here. One on each side. And they are facing the motors as well. Now, there's an interesting thing here. Hey, Humbler John. Oh, hey, Ugly Moo. How are you? Oh, my God. Rating with a party of 128. Oh, my God. Okay. Let me reorient myself here. Wow. Thank you for the follow, Fernando Kagura. Welcome in, Raiders. Definitely. Thank you for the first time chat there, Fernando. I'm going to lose track of everybody. So hyperdementia, lawn mowing. That's awesome. Hey, Ugly Moo. Thank you so much for bringing your crew in and raiding into me tonight. That is so awesome. Hey, Hydra Dementia. I'll try and get back in and say hi to everybody. So let me go ahead and flip my screen. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and welcome on into the Dragon Den. We do 3D printer builds here as well as 3D prints themselves. Let me go ahead. This is the current build we're working on, and I'm just going to set this down on the ground real fast, and I'll kind of show you around. We love all types of 3D printers here, whether it's scratch-built, self-source Vorons. So this is a Voron V0 over here. We've got a Prusa Mini right here. We've got a 0G Mercury 1 and a Voron 2.4. These two builds just came back from our visit to Midwest Rep Rap Festival out in Goshen, Indiana. We've also got a Mark III in a bare frame with an MMU2, a heavily modified, Ender 3, a self-sourced Mark III down here in the bottom, and then a new Mark IV down here that we've been running. So once again, we do 3D printer builds here. We're working on a Voron Trident, which will be a 300 size, so it'll be the same size as this printer right here. This one came to fruition at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Festival when I won a set of printed parts for it, and that was it. It was time to build a big Voron finally. And at the same time, I decided I'd go ahead and start working on a Trident as well. So that's kind of what we've been working on here. So Ugly Moo, thank you for joining in. What were you doing this evening? And what is it that you do out here in the Twitterverse, or excuse me, not Twitterverse, Twitchverse? Meanwhile, thank you for the follow. Once again, Hyperdementia, Lawn Mowing, DeFreezy, Milius. Hey, Forever Night, thank you for joining in. Let's see what else we got. Trains are cool. Yes, they are. Thank you for the follow. Thank you all so much for coming on over. Hope you guys are having a good day. We just got back. I say we, but the royal we, because many of us, even on the stream, recently got done with trips to Goshen, Indiana for the Midwest Rep Rap Festival, such as Pez Liz. Hey, Pez Liz, how you doing this evening? Glad you're popping back around. You 3D print and paint. So you paint what you print. You also do Legos, plastic model kits, and metal models, a little bit of everything. Oh, nice. Nice. Thank you very much, Fernando. Yeah, I like printers of all shapes, sizes, and I really enjoy building them. I used to build PCs and actual like rack-mounted servers and stuff. That's kind of what I did in the Air Force. I am a retired Air Force veteran. And so when I finally stopped feeding that addiction for building things with printers, or excuse me, with PCs, I had to find other hobbies. So I learned to fly and started building an actual 2-seat all-metal airplane. And I think I've kind of stalled out on that build with, other things in life coming on. And I started 3D printing and just kind of got back into building. So I'm building a lot of 3D printers lately. Yeah, thank you all for coming in and joining. Yeah, I kind of do a little bit of everything. We do some printing streams. We'll do build series. Once we're done with the build series, we'll spend a couple of days going through what I call the commissioning process of the new printer. And that's going through and making sure that everything's moving right. Things are tensioned properly as far as the belts go. We do PID tunes of the hot end and the bed, and we just basically run it through its paces. And we'll print on it for quite a while. And with some of the projects that we have coming up, it'll be one of those things where I'm going to use the 2.4 behind me to finish printing the parts for the Trident build, because I still need to do the actual stealth burner tool head for it. And then we'll start printing the parts for the Rook. So I have a Rook Mark I kit coming from Fabrico. And then I'll use the Trident, which should be done, to print the parts needed for the Rook 2020 kit that's also coming from Fabrico. So that's what I kind of do is I use the printer I just finished building to kind of print the parts necessary for the next build. One of the other things that we're going to do is me and Evil Diesel had some Death Racers at MRRF. I have pictures posted. I'll have to post some more pictures up on my Discord. Chewy or Solar or somebody, if you could do a bang Discord, please in the chat, and that will provide the Discord channel or the Discord server information for me. And I will try and post pictures and some videos from MRRF that I did out at the show to include the printers that we took, some of the setups that we had there. We'll have our Death Racers. Both of our Death Racers, well, we wound up burning both of our ESC controllers out, and that's what finally knocked us out of our races, but not before we kind of banged them up a bit on purpose. The whole point was to go out and have fun with them, and I believe we have decided that we are going to tear them down and rebuild them as what they refer to as the Mecanum build, where rather than having tracks, they'll have 4 unidirectional wheels. So what it is you've got these 2-part wheels, and you'll have TPU treads that are rollers that'll go between each of these at an angle. And what that allow you to do is you can be driving straight and then all of a sudden just go sideways, or do a circle and still be facing the same direction. So it's kind of a really cool concept. It's going to be a more expensive build than a standard Death Racer, but it's kind of like, it's just cool. So, we got the coolness factor. We're going to build a, I've got all the parts printed. I just need to get all the, exactly. Oh, well, it's an Omni wheel. It's exactly what it is for Evernight. It's like an Omni wheel. And the folks that came up with it actually had like literal like BattleBot robots at the show. And if you see some of the videos at MRRF, you'll see the Voron 2.4 that was on a robotic platform that was going around beating up a lot of us as well. So yeah, that was kind of cool. So yeah, we've got a lot of projects. We've got the Trident build. We've got a couple of different types of Rook builds going on. I'm going to go ahead and order the 45-degree belt printer mod for an Ender 3. I haven't decided if this Ender 3 is going to go into that or if I'm going to get another donor and just pick up a donor and do that or whatnot. Yeah, which one was mine? So it's kind of hard to explain. I would have to find a picture of it. Let me see if I have a picture on my phone, which isn't the best way to show people, but the issue is it's not here. I took them both over to Evil Diesel's because he's going to be the one to tear them apart. I printed most of it and then he put it together for me because I was running out of time. But that is mine in the foreground, right in front of the helmet. And Evil Diesel's is the one on the side that's facing away. But like I said, we kind of beat him up. The Polymaker side plate, we sheared one of the bolts off with a hit, and my driver's pretty much folded in half because I broke his seat mount, and on a rollover, and his legs kept getting tied up in the treads, so I had to basically fold him in half to get him away from the treads. Thanks for the lurk, Solar 3DP. Yeah. Canopy 4930, thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming in and following. And yeah, that's exactly what they're there for, is to beat them up. And believe it or not, I mean, my Death Racer took some hits. I've got very few scratch or mar marks on the body. I have more damage on the rider itself, which was printed with silk PLA filament. And that might be because my body and frame was printed from atomic carbon fiber PET G. It was atomic carbon fiber PET G stone blue. Yeah, there's specific motors and gearing, like Evil Diesel um, um, has like 540 or 550 motors that you would use for the Dragster. He's just got the wrong gearing. So you need to make sure and check that you've got the right gearing or gearbox for them. But for the Death Racer, they've got, I'll say, the standard I'll say Gen 1 motors. And then they came out with a Pro version, which uses, I think they were 540 or 550 motors. And the only thing is even on the standard ones, we had to tune down the speed because they were very squirrely. So, faster isn't always better because you need better controllability, right? So unless you're really good at twitchiness, while you're looking at it moving, you may need to tune those down some. Fernando, I do, but I've never streamed any of my gaming. I tend to play, so on my streaming computer, which is down here, I normally run Macs. So the computer you may see me look at over here is a MacBook Pro. And my streaming computer is a custom built AMD box. And I play Star Wars The Old Republic. I've got Guild Wars 2 on it and one or two other games. New Age is what I was playing last. I go through fits and spurts where I play games a lot, like several weeks in a row, and then I don't touch them for several months because I'm busy doing other things. Yeah, that'd be cool for Evernight. They had, I can't remember the numbers, and I hope I can get numbers from either Edge of 3D or either Edge of 3D, Edge of Tech, either through his Hot Makes or his Edge of Tech channel, or Sam Prentice may be able to give overall numbers of the number of Death Racers and Drag Racers that were at the show. But it seemed like almost every table you looked at had one, the other, or both. And next year we're going to have, me and Evil Diesel are going to have Death Racers and at least one Dragster, if not two Dragsters. So at ERRF, it just depends on how much we can get in the truck when we head up there. So. How about you, Fernando? Do you play games? And if so, which kind of games do you play? Because I'm into a lot of the MMO style games. I kind of cut my teeth growing up on StarCraft and things like that, and then moved into WoW. Oh God, something Camelot was the first MMO that I played. Then WoW, and then Guild Wars, Guild Wars 2, Lord of the Rings Online, SWOTR. Yeah, my son got me into New Age. So, yeah, there you go. Dark Age of Camelot. Yeah. In fact, I still look to throw that on there once in a while and see if there's people still on it. I know there's still people that play Lord of the Rings, but it's kind of really not populous anymore. Oh, what was the other one? All right, I'm going to throw it out there and describe it. I know somebody's going to be able to tell me the name of it. You're kind of like a techno night, and it's in the setting is in like London, and you've got demon rifts that keep opening up, and you're fighting demons as you're going around through the subways, using the subways to move around. Once again, I can't remember the name of it, but I'm like, boom, I've got it's like right in my brain right now of like running through and playing the game. Yeah, I might do that. I might throw one night a week where I play games, kind of more chill, laid back stream. I do have some Legos. So when Westry One came and met me at Murph and picked up her Prusa not only did I get to see the real Mia, and she let me hold her, like Mia let me pick her up and hold her even. She gave me kisses on the nose, and I got my not the Mia, right? So I got my little Mia plushie that Westry was promising me, and I also got the Doctor Strange's interdimensional portal, as well as the Harry Potter Quidditch practice. So we might do these on a week or weekday stream where I'm just kind of looking for something a little less intense than a build stream. And game streams are good too, because there's times when I just get really frustrated at work, and it's like, okay, I'll go down and tell my wife, like, hey, sorry, I'm going to be upstairs for the night, and I just kind of sequester, and that's where I kind of get online and do a, just SWOTR or Guild Wars or something. I just go out and kill things because that's just the mood I'm in. So. Geritol Brigadiers. That's awesome. You're printing skirts for your 0.2 build right now. That's cool. That's cool. Are you doing an LDO Motors kit, a Cyborg kit, self-sourced? Kind of like, what are you doing? Forever Night. Yep, Mia 2.0. It was so awesome, though, that one photo that you took. I was holding Mia, and you were kind of right behind her. And Royal Nomi kind of made the comment on Twitter about, wow, it looks like you're photobombing, Mia's. And I was like, yeah, it looks like Mia's front and center, and me and Westry were like the supporting cast that needed to be there to kind of level out the frame, or balance out the frame. Exactly. Okay, so it's a 5-set kit. Purple extrusion. Okay. This bear kit right here, I got this off of Lisa Harshberger, off of Modbots. I see her all the time on Modbot stream. She was getting frustrated to no end with it. So I bought it off her, and I put it together. This is a FISEC bear kit. I think it's a 2.0 bear frame versus a 2.1, which is the other one that's over at Evil Diesel's house. And so I bought the FISEC MMU. And so all the parts on this are ABS. So it's fully printed in ABS, MMU included. So if I wanted to, I could run that enclosed for an ABS print. But really what I'm going to do is I have a Tridrac beta unit back here that my plan is to install on the 0G so I can start doing multicolor ABS and ASA prints. Yeah, Mia really was a sweetheart. And then thank you for bringing her treats. I know I kept telling you I was going to bring like a case of begging strips for her, and I didn't. But it was one of those things that we had so many things going on in our mind when we went to the store. It was, we need X, Y, and Z, and we just like got it and got out, on our way over to the venue. So we forgot about it. Or I forgot about it, I should say. Okay, so you're doing purple frame and pop green ASA for Polymaker. Nice. Yep. Thanks for having those, Westry. But yeah, most definitely, Fernando. I will definitely look into doing a gaming stream down the road. I'll have to probably get with Evil Diesel because me and Evil Diesel, we were both in the Air Force together. We were stationed together in Germany and worked together in Germany. So that's how we know each other. And then here we are like 10, 15 years later after we left and went our separate ways out of Germany in the Air Force. And I wind up moving into this house where I'm at now. And I literally moved like less than 10 minutes away from him. So, he was always the gamer. He's the one that really got me into gaming. And so I'll get with him and figure out what I need to do to be able to do game capture and stream at the same time and stuff like that. So I'll work that out. We'll get that worked out. In fact, Evil Diesel, I'm not sure if he's still hanging around in here or not. We're going to get him to start streaming soon. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think I have a forum-based machine build or build channel in the Discord for Evernight. So if you want, feel free to go in there. You'll create a new forum entry, and you can just go in, and it's basically a separate thread, and you can document your build in there if you want. So that'd be cool to see it as you're going through and building it. And those colors all look good with the purple and the pop green. I've got pop blue and pop pink down here that'll go on some build. Because even though the rooks are designed to be, well, the design theory by the designer Rolahan is they're printed out of PLA. You can print anything out of, you can print it out of PETG, you can print it out of ABS ASA, you can print it out of nylon, whatever you want. So one of my rooks may wind up being the pop blue and pop pink. And what I normally do is, if it was designed for PLA and I'm going to print it in ABS or ASA, I scale it up to 100.5%, not 105%, 100.5%. And that's worked on every printer. Like I did the Bugaboo that way. And all the tolerances, for me at least, were great. So. Oh, thanks for Evernight. Yeah, I mention it every once in a while, but I don't mention it all the time. And most of my military stuff's downstairs. So if I try and take pictures of the Ender 5 Plus that I've converted to the zero G Mercury, I normally get some portion of my shadow box in there, just because it's sitting on a table in front of it. Um, so some people will pick it up through that. But yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Um, so where were we on this? So we were working on our gantry, and we're working on the back piece of our gantry here. Um, so the machine is flipped upside down, by the way, um, because what we're working with is this frame is a B stock frame, that I bought from Tensor 3D. Um, it's a known B stock frame, and I'm good with that because I can work around it. The reason that so the B stock frame, I gotta, these frame kits for the 300 size Vorons are like 140, 150 bucks normally if they're like an LDO frame or a Masumi based frame, which is what the LDOs are, I believe. In this case, this supplier sent him not Masumi frames. And if I put a T-nut in here, you can kind of see here, they move around very easily. Like they shouldn't slide this easily, and you can see how easy they rotate, and they don't catch up against the face like they should. The channels in the extrusions are deeper than spec. So what's happening is these roll-in T-nuts have a spring-loaded ball at one end. And that spring-loaded ball should push this front face, which is grooved, into the channel there, into the channel here, and it can't. So what I have to do is whenever I'm working on an underside, I'll flip it over so gravity is working in my favor now. Or if I needed to put something on this side, I would flip it over so I'm using the horizontal surface, and it just makes it easier to line things up. So, oh, not a problem. Thank you, Forever Knight. Yeah, I kind of went into the service and then I wound up getting out, um, just under 18 years of service, medically discharged after having neck and shoulder surgery, because I had to have a vertebra, or excuse me, a disc replaced and two vertebrae fused together in my neck. And I've got 4 pins in my shoulder. And so I couldn't wear the body armor and the helmet and stuff anymore because it put too much pressure on the neck from the weight. And so I wasn't worldwide deployable anymore. So they went ahead and retired me out. Um, so yeah. So what we just did was we just put in these two T-nuts here, and we've already put the bar in. We've got these 8 M5 by 10 screws installed. And now what we're going to do is we're going to work on putting in these 2 plastic angle brackets. And the reason they're plastic angle brackets, let me go ahead and get them out here, is because once again, I'm not sure if you can tell, but this horizontal rail sits a little bit inside the actual rear face of the frame. So what you've got is some printed corner brackets. Just waiting for the delay to catch up. So you've got some printed corner brackets here that have an offset edge to them. and that's going to allow these two parts to join together. And so what we'll do is we'll just pull this out towards me, get this lined up, and we'll get this bolt started, and then we'll do some machinations to get the offsets in. Because like I said, I won't be able to put the T-nut here and it'll stay at the right height. So I'll have to do some flipping of the frame. I'm just trying to see, okay, we're going to use M5 T-nuts on that side and it's M5 by 10 on both. So that's what I was looking for. I just want to make sure that this is bitten in and, bitten into the T-nut. And we got a little bit of wiggle room. Not fully tightened, but it'll be somewhat tight. And then I'm going to flip this around just to make it easier on myself. And get that one lined up in the right. Interesting. Which way do these go? It's like the jet out's on the upright. Okay, so I put this one in backwards, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, I think that one went in backwards. So it looks like there's a flat side and then a side that has a so this side's smooth and flat, and then the other side has a like a ridge or an alignment tool in it. And I believe this flat side is what goes on the underneath, or what would be the underneath. So the horizontal member, and then the side with the groove will go on the vertical. I believe that's what I'm seeing. Nope. No. The smooth side is going to be on the vertical because there's where it has the flat lip that I'm seeing right here at this point. And so that's the vertical. So I did have it. Yeah, I did have it right. And once again, Ugly Moo and all of those that came from Ugly Moo's stream, thank you so much for coming on over and hanging out and just seeing what I'm about here on my channel. Hopefully you find something that resonates with you and it's all good. And if you don't, well, I hope I can still be at least somewhat entertaining for you. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to flip it on the side and then I'll flip it over again just to get these other whatchamacallits, T-nuts to sit in there at the right spot. Get the holes lined up. And all these are sort of loose still. I'm just going to get the bolts started and then we'll make sure that we're nice and square before I tighten everything down. That side's in, then we'll come over and flip it over one more. Then I'll need another pin 5 on this side. Yeah, I was going to say that did kind of shock me when I saw 128 people rating in. I was like, oh, wow. Okay, so we've got that lined up for those two. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put it on its top. Okay. And I'm going to use my square, make sure that my upright stays square. I'm going to tighten one side at the bottom. It was off a little bit this way, so I'm actually going to come in from this side, which will allow me to align it, push this side, this end over just a little bit so it stays lined up. Back over here and double check. That's lined up. Now I've got this base done. I'm going to take this and pull it in tight. Lock that one down. Now these two are locked down tight this way, and I can go ahead and lock the other sides in. And that should give me a nice tight vertical supported beam there. And I'll flip that back over. And this is once again what it's telling you is make sure you've got your 90 degree, make sure you're 175 millimeters inside to inside. So we'll go ahead and we'll validate that. We'll just set it down on its face. And I say grab my ruler, which isn't there because it's downstairs. So I need to grab the other one. Always have more than one ruler handy. Okay, and that's, it says 175 in the drawing, but that's if you're doing a 250 build. Over here on the bottom right, it talks about the different frames. So at 25 millimeters for a 300, which this is a 300 frame, so we're looking for 200 millimeters inside face to inside face. And I'm going to say we're good because I'm actually getting 201 and 201. So at least it's centered, right? I validate I'm 90 degrees and I'm centered with 201 on each side. So I'm good there. So we validated that. Thank you so much, sis. I do my best, I try. And then you lock in your Z extrusion, which I'd already done. Now it tells us we're going to get ready for the Y-axis. and we'd start by putting our assembly upside down. What I'm actually going to do is put our assembly right side up, and we'll flip over to this view. Apparently was the view we were at. Hey, DC Sublime, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? So we're working on a Trident build. The color scheme for this build, you might not be able to tell right here, so let me grab our colors. Are Sparta 3D, Sparkle, Fluorescent Red, and Sparta 3D, Sparkle, Old Copper. Oops. And so this is our color scheme right here. Iron Man I didn't think of. I just thought these two colors went well. Iron Man would be more of a, I'll say, of a shiny copper or brass versus this more subdued old copper color. But I kind of like this. I think this looks well. Looks very nice. So that's the color scheme for this build. What we've got done so far, we started off with a frame that I had put together and squared up off stream, because this build surface is a 1/4 inch of like melamine laminated MDF. So it kind of bows a little bit end to end. It isn't very straight. So what I do is I kind of get it semi-tight on here. Then I go downstairs and put it on the stone countertop in the kitchen and make sure everything's square, you know, diagonal measurements and everything. So everything's straight, everything's square. And that gives me a good foundation to start building from. So as part of that main frame build, we did have the 2 Y extrusions already physically installed on the printer. What we've done so far is come through and build our 2 front idlers, and our A and B motor, which winds up being X and Y. So on a Core XY, they're like goats. They go bah ha ha ha. So B and A, which winds up being X and Y, right? And so we've got these installed. We've installed our horizontal brace between the 2 motor sets, as well as tied in our vertical. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a good color scheme. It'll be very much like an Iron Man, but like I said, more of a not polished brand new, but more of a, you know, been out in the weather for a little bit, because the old copper will be a little more tarnished looking. Yeah, so doing good. Got back from MRRF yesterday. Was able to get a good night's sleep. We got in and got everything unpacked before it started raining really hard, and we got hail and everything. Got a pretty good night's sleep last night. Worked earlier today, so trying to get back into the groove of things after being at MRRF and some long drives. Yeah, exactly. And the nice thing here is, you know, we'll have linear rails and lead screws versus, you know, dealing with the belts, you know, the belted Z like on a 2.4. And, you know, we don't have idlers up at the tops, and a little bit less we'll have to tension and stuff because we only have the AB belts to tension. So, hey, the Leroy J6. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Got you. Oh, Leroy from Lineo. Okay, cool. Thank you for coming in and coming in and joining the channel and checking me out. Yeah, I use a lot of Lineo wiring and wiring harnesses. In fact, my two ender to switch wire conversions, Red Dragon and Blue Dragon, used Lineo wire harnesses. And then for the 2.4, I actually used the Lineo, was it under deck kit? And I probably need to get that for this build as well so that it helps out with doing all the under the deck wiring. By the way, stay hydrated, folks. Yeah, the build really is a downhill slide. I mean, like I said, I still need to print out the stealth burner. So we may still kind of go and do everything. We'll install the tap, but we may hold off on doing stealth burner till a little bit later in the build. Just because I need to decide on a couple things like, am I going to put the Rapido 2.0 that I just got in from Fabrico in there, or am I going to go with another Revo? Am I going to be able to get my hands on a Nomi or not? Because that would be a different faceplate build. If I go standard, so if I go standard, I will do a dragon front cover that was designed for me. And if I got to go with the Nomi, it's got air vents on the side. So because it's going to have a screen in the center here, they have air vents on the sides for the input air for the parts cooling fan. And I would need to talk to a Cedarcraft and see if he can jim me up the dragons on that particular stealth burner shroud, since he's got the original files. But yeah, love the Lineo. And in fact, what I love even more is that you provide extra connectors and coils of extra wire in the kits. So if you need to wire up something special, or you're going to add, lights or something else, you've got the cable that you can do it. If something breaks, which shouldn't happen with FEP coated cables, you can replace it. So this is really cool. And so there's times where I just use your cable to do other things as well, because I've got extra because I keep buying the wiring kits. So yeah, definitely a big firm believer of Lineo. And they've also got I think is it Lineo that does, well, I know a couple of places that do, but is it a Lineo kit for the stealth burner LEDs, or are they just using the Lineo FET when they're creating those? I can't remember, because I know I've purchased those a couple of times too. And for the 2.4 build, I actually cut my own FET cabling and solder my own ones. And it's not hard, but the kind of tiny pads and you know older eyes, and I'm starting to get cataracts, so I'm going to have surgery sometime within the next year. So it's just a little bit harder for me to do that soldering. That's why it's easier for me sometimes just to buy the kits. But definitely love the Lineo products, and definitely it was great to chat with you out there at the show. Yeah, and like I said, it's just cool. It's those simple little things like just providing some like the cables are beautiful. They're I have never had a problem with any of the terminations. The crimps have been awesome. They go into the cable chains very easily, and like I said, you provide cables, so if you had to replace one, you could, you know. Um, and I don't mind doing wiring. Like I've created my own umbilical cables and stuff like that. But yeah, it's one of those things that it's time and effort, and you have to weigh the cost of is my time and effort worth the savings of doing them myself, or is it easier just to grab the kit and quicker just to grab the kit and go? Um, and that's the thing. I mean, I like the build. I'm fine doing the wiring. It's just every once in a while you just hit that point where it's just get the wiring harness and go. You know, it just makes it easier, moves it along. So there's things like that, and I know that you can print out the parts, or you can actually go and buy. You can get all Gucci and buy the uh, Chaotic Labs has carbon fiber. Um, oh, whatchamacallit. They have carbon fiber parts for the AB motor mount. You know, they have carbon fiber parts for the gantries, right? Like you wouldn't really need it on the Trident because the gantry's static. That part's not moving. You just need the X. But if you're doing the full flying gantry on a 2.4, using laminated carbon fiber tubes significantly reduces the amount of weight in the gantry, making it move faster if you really want to do input shaping and run things fast. And I just realized I never did tighten these down, so let's go ahead and get these tightened down. What I did was I just kind of, using my fingers, centered the extrusion from side to side, and then we got it lined up appropriately here, so we can go ahead and lock these 4 M5x10 bolts top and bottom while I think about it. Okay, Westry, we'll be here. Um, yeah. And I'm trying to think. Lineo didn't have their own booth at this show that I remember, right? You were over at KB3D's booth? Yeah, and so what I'm kind of doing is I'm just kind of looking at the manual right now. And next up tells us to flip it over, and we're going to start doing the linear rails for the Y. So what we'll do is we'll flip this over and we'll install the linear rails for the Y, and then we'll do the X gantry. I'm pretty sure that's what'll be the next is the X gantry. And I think that's where I'm going to call it stop for the night. And we'll work on doing our linear rails on Saturday for Saturday stream. Yeah, because also I guess not. Yeah. According to the manual, we'll do the 2Y rails, and then we'll work on the Z axis. I'm just kind of skimming through the manual real fast. The Y, then Z. Those Z motors. Yeah, so that'll get us. I think that's what we're going to do is we're going to call the build done for the night with where we're at, and when we come back on Saturday, we will start working on the Y-axis linear rails, and then move on to the Z. It's up to you guys. What I'll probably do is I'll skim through, and I'll try and do go through the manual and install any heat set inserts that'll need to be installed for the next portions of the build. That way that part's kind of done, and I don't have to deal with waiting for parts to cool off after doing heat set inserts before I can actually install them on the printer. But yeah, I think we're going to see some major progress on the next stream. Because like I said, adding the 2 linear rails here, what are we going to do? Adding the 2 linear rails along here won't be that noticeable, but then we start doing all the Z uprights, and we'll get our Z linear rails in. We'll get our motor mounts. We'll get the bed connection points and all of our motors installed, and we'll start seeing the printer come together a little bit more in the next stream. And like I said, my typical streaming nights are Tuesday nights, Saturday mornings. Saturday mornings I can run a little bit longer into the days. So those wind up being a little bit longer streams. I was kind of planning on possibly throwing in another stream here and there, either a Thursday or Friday night, where I may do some Lego. Fernando suggested potentially doing a gaming stream, which I'm good with that. Like I said, I'll have to work with Evil Diesel to make sure I can get the right setup so that I can stream, capture the game while I stream, because I've never personally done that. And yeah, so we may go to add another night in for the week, and just kind of maybe do something a little bit off, like Lego or gaming, or maybe we'll use that night to work on um, like a Death Racer or the Dragster assembly and stuff like that. So I think that'll be something nice to add to the stream other than just straight builds. Yeah, Legos are fun. I am really seriously scared to start putting Legos together because I can already see having little Lego guys and stuff scenes all over the house as well, and my wife killing me for starting yet another hobby. As it is, I literally have 2 weeks now. Now that I'm back from Earth, I've got 2 weeks to put my plane project up for sale, or my wife starts selling printers. She doesn't know what they're worth. So yeah, I've got to really work on getting that started here. Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, Chris over at KB3D is awesome. Like I said, he really helped provide a lot for Death Dragon, which is the Zero G Mercury build. Um, yeah, he's just a great guy, and you know I've worked with him on several things. In fact, one of those was actually getting a lineal harness sent out ahead of some other parts so that I could continue to make progress on one of my underwire builds. So he's really great to work with. I really appreciate him a lot and what he does and how he's helped me out through some of my builds. Um, oh God, yeah, fun to step. Yeah, so that's literally. I just found the one M5 shim that I dropped over here. I've got a bunch of printed parts that I dropped off the desk in front of the bench here, and there's another M5 washer somewhere down there. I keep finding screws. So yeah, I try not to come up here without having shoes on, even though it's all carpeted, just because I know I will step on a screw or something that I've dropped. And the black ones, the black oxide ones are easy enough to see. It's the stainless steel ones on a light carpet are actually kind of hard to find sometimes until you step on them. So, but gang, I think that's about it. I'm actually wearing down. If you guys can't tell, um, still been riding that Murph high. Thank you all so much for being here for the beginning of this build and to let me talk about the experience at Murph and just kind of still geek out after show style from the Murph experience and kind of just chat with you guys about some of the stuff we're thinking and wanting to do for Earth and just continue to um, like grow ourselves. And I say that as meaning me and Evil Diesel. Like we keep coming up with all these plans, and it's like, okay, what went wrong at Murph? All right, what do we need to make sure to bring for the next show to make the show easier and to make our participation in the show easier or a little bit nicer or what have you. Um, so yeah, and some of that is, the more I'm able to bring with me from a right military terms here, like flyaway kit, as far as spare parts or tools or what have you, even if I don't need them, somebody else may, right? And so that's the cool thing is all together, we are not only helping ourselves be successful, but we're helping everybody else be successful. like Big Tree Tech. Yes, they were there. They had parts on hand and provided parts for prizes for the Death Racers and Innovation Awards and other things like that. They were also able to provide parts when somebody shorted out a board, right? And so that's just cool that they were able to step in and be like, okay, here you go. Like, no, we're not billing you for it, just here. And things like that. So I think as a community, we come together, and as we stay positive as a community, we grow the community, and we make these events, whether it's a rep festival or a local maker fair or a con or what have you. We just make it so much better because we come together as a group, and we bring positivity, and we try and just help each other out. So, with that being said, guys and gals, let's check and see who we may have as a raid opportunity this evening. Um, I like that on your creator's dashboard, Twitch gives you some options, but it doesn't tell you like everybody that you follow that's currently online. It gives you like, here's 5. Um, so let's see. Does anybody have a suggestion as far as where we might go? I know there's quite a lot. Excuse me, a lot of us here. Ugly Moo, once again, thank you so much for rating and bringing your followers in. I know I have followed you. I'm still trying to figure out everybody's schedule because I have started following a few more people, and I really want to follow you back and hopefully have the opportunity to give back by rating my crew into you one day. So hopefully those types of things line up so I can give back in that way as well and help grow the community. Yeah, appreciate that. So let me kind of switch over to straight Twitch over on my laptop here. Let's see, we've got Subsector, Astro Connect, Babe Ross, Profit DNA. Those two are hilarious. They do Legos. Totally crazy. Hey, Dark Toxin 4956. Hello. Thank you for the follow and the first time chat. I appreciate that. I'm not sure if you've been lurking around here for a while or not. I didn't get to see everybody that came in when Ugly Moo raided into me. I know he had a rather large raid. I appreciate that, Ugly Moo. I try and raid into different people, and I tend to try and raid into people that don't have a lot of people on their channel at that point in time, just to help bolster them and give them a chance to get some additional exposure. Oh, that's awesome, Dark Toxin. What kind of 3D printer are you going to get this weekend? Oh, and like I said, I'm not sure if you've been listening in for a while and you've got my whole spiel, or if you just kind of joined in. Creality Ender 3 V2 Neo 3D printer. Okay, very nice. So I will tell you, over here in this corner is an Ender 3. It's heavily modified, but it's been with me for close to 5 years, 4 or 5 years now. So it's an original Ender 3, but it's got an upgraded MCU. It's running Clipper. So it's running a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V3 running Clipper firmware versus the standard Marlin that comes on it. Yeah, linear rails on X and Y. I've got linear rails to do a dual linear rail mod on the Z. Got dual lead screws on the vertical axis, the Z axis. I've been running, one of the first mods I did to it was switched over to a Micro Swiss all metal hot end and a hardened steel nozzle. And that's because this printer has been used to print carbon fiber PETG, ABS, carbon fiber ABS, glow in the dark stuff. If you're going to do glow in the dark, if you're going to do wood, and if you're going to do stuff with sparkles, with some type of sparkles or glitter, one, I would suggest anything with a sparkle or glitter, or anything with an abrasive fiber like carbon fiber or glass film. You probably at a minimum want to go to a 0.6 hardened nozzle. And I say that because with a 0.4 nozzle, the additives, whether that's carbon fiber, glass fill, some of your glitters are truly like a metal shaving versus kind of like a tinfoil. You could get jams a little bit easier in a 0.4 nozzle. So you would want to use a 0.6. And if you're going to do an abrasive, once again, abrasives aren't just carbon fiber and glass film, but if you're going to do a lot, I'm going to say a lot, like several kilos of a glitter or a sparkle or a galaxy, you may want to go to an all metal hot end. Okay. What that means is your standard Creality hot end would have a PTFE lined hot end. So you have a piece of the PTFE tube. This type of tubing that goes all the way down to the nozzle. The problem is your abrasive materials, even though this is very slippery, this is DuPont Teflon, it will start to scratch the inner surfaces and then start to have a little more drag. And if you're going to print higher temperatures, so if you get into printing anything other than PLAs, so if you start printing a lot of PETG, you'll start to wear the lubrication out in these quicker. So what a lot of people will do is they will go to a hardened steel nozzle and a hardened or a all metal hot end. I can't remember on the Ender 3 V2 Neo if it's got the standard Creality. If somebody on here knows, please help me out. I can't remember if that one has the Sprite extruder set up or if it's got the standard Creality, PTFE lined hot end. And I will say at the very initial, don't change anything. Just get it set up and print. Okay? Just print. Don't start doing calibration cubes and starting to measure. Just print. Break the printer in. The belts need to kind of adjust. You need to make sure and square your frame up. Let your belts just kind of settle in. Print with it for 40 or 50 hours. then go back in and tighten all the screws just to make sure that they're still tight. Check the belt tension to make sure that it's still tension, because belts will, as you put tension on the belts, they will stretch, but they're only going to stretch so much. So that's where they say, print with it 40, 50, 60 hours, then retension the belt. And you shouldn't have to tension it again until you replace the belt, right? But just put some time on it. And then once you put some time on it and you're getting used to the workflow of, I get an STL or an object or a 3MF file from Thingiverse or Printables or Things or Yegi or Cults 3D or wherever, and I slice it, and I start getting used to the slicer settings and how to tweak some slicer settings to get rid of stringing, to compensate for heat or under extrusion issues, right? Once, basically you want to get some time and get used to the printer, get used to the software. And quite honestly, doing things like this, you may, right? You really, my personal opinion, you want to do things like, a Cali Dragon. You want to do things like, I'm like looking around for them. You can do busts. You can do some smaller prints like this, more organic in nature prints. And here's why. If you start doing prints like this, square prints, you're going to want to just start getting a ruler, getting a set of calipers, and going, what, it's 2 millimeters off between faces. It's supposed to be a 30 millimeter cube, and it's 28.5 one way and 29.6 the other. Oh my God, it's not a true square. Well, you're never going to see that in a print like this. You're never going to see it in a print like this. If your intent is to print mechanical parts or things that are going to fit together like a Death Racer, then yes, you're going to need that accuracy. You're going to need that precision. But initially, just print cool things and fun things. If you're into Pokemon, go print a bunch of Pokemon. You know, it, just go print things. Break the printer in. Get used to the workflow yourself. Then go back, retighten things, validate your belt tension. Now you can go through and get, access the Ellis tuning guide is what I recommend. It's a tuning guide designed for use primarily in how he sets up his printers to be able to do the Voron printed forward parts, right? And the goal is not to be 100% accurate all the time. It's to have good looking prints that are sufficiently accurate for the printers. Because once again, you're putting molded plastic out, and it's not like machine milled to the the nth thousandth of tolerance. Because we're building 3D printers here, we're not building shuttles, right? We're not building SpaceX rockets, right? Our tolerance is, we have a lot more tolerance for what we print. Enjoy the act of printing. You know, when we're printing cosplay stuff, it doesn't matter if it's 100% perfect. That's what we have sandpaper for and filler for, right? If Westery One's online, she can tell you, right? She built the Captain America shield, right? It's like 20 something parts that go together to form the outer shell as well as the inner shell, and then the mount points for the arms and stuff. It's incredibly complex, and there's no way that you're going to print 18 pieces of compound curved objects and they're all going to fit perfect. You're going to have to fill, you're going to have to sand. Embrace it, right? Don't get caught up in trying to get that, everything, I'll say, that's perfect, because you're pushing melted plastic, right? Hey, Turtle, glad you're back. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. So an Ender 3 V2, perfect, right? Everybody's like, oh, it's a V-Wheel bed slinger. You're right. It is. And you can still get great prints off of it, right? I'll show you some prints you can get off of a V-Wheel bed slinger. This is off of my Ender 3, right? The question is you have to spend time to tune it. Guess what? This Trident, $1,500 kit, right? It still may print like crap based on how I build it and how I tune it, right? The difference is I may get the same quality out of the Voron and be able to print it a little bit faster, but when it's all said and done, I'm more interested in quality than fast. I mean, if I'm doing a prototype part, I might not care if it's a little rough, right? Let's see. If you can afford 600, you can get a bamboo P1P now, because I think they just dropped the price down. Another one that you can consider that I think is around the 400 range or sub 400 range is the Solval SV06, which is like a it's very similar to a Prusa Mark III, right, in look and feel. And everybody that I know has had one. It's a great printer, and it just happens to be a lot cheaper than a Prusa Mark III. You're finally printing the top frame for your Rook build. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to have to print some Rook parts soon. Oh, you reworked the cat on it? Nice. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with starting off with an Ender. That Ender right there is my second one. It's turned into a heavily modified project machine. The only thing that's really Ender 3 about it is the frame, right? Hey, Shenanigans, how are you doing, my friend? The thing is get in and enjoy the hobby. You can spend as much money as you want on the hobby. You can spend as little as you want on the hobby. But you can still get good prints out of it, you know. The ender is really easy to build because the entire base and the bed comes as one piece. And then the upright, be U-shaped. So you'll have the cross member and the two uprights, right? And I can't remember if the X gantry is already installed or you may have to roll the X gantry on. And then you literally stick the whole thing on top of the base and put 2 screws on each side up at the end. And you're pretty much there. I mean, you're going to put a couple of cables. It's like 30 minutes to be up and running on an ender. So yeah, it's really simple. Most of it's already installed. You're not doing this level of build on an ender, right? Yeah, the ender 5s are pretty close. I mean, it's really, you've got a base, a top, and then you're installing the 4 uprights between it on an ender 5. Unless you get one secondhand and you have a little bit more work to do to make it straight and square and everything. But the ender 5s are really nice too. A very good resource for anything Creality, right? Or anything Creality like is Chuck Hellebuck, Chep, CHEP, on YouTube. He is the Ender Whisperer. He's got Tune Cure profiles for it. He's got tools specifically designed for it to be able to do your bed leveling easier. He is a tremendous resource for the Ender lineup. I would highly, highly, highly recommend you YouTube binge him. Yeah, it is not this level of build for an Ender. It really is not. It's a handful of screws, and then it's really put the X cable, the cable is labeled with a letter X in this hole, right? So you're gonna have to connect your cables and a couple of screws. The hardest part is getting the right tension on your V wheels. And once again, watch Chuck Hellebuck's Chep's videos. I think he has a video completely on that, and actually he'll go through and he has unboxing and assembly videos of that exact printer. So I would definitely take a look and see what you're going to get into if that printer is on its way to you. Yep. Yeah, my third Ender 3 wasn't together in 30 minutes. That's because it was a used Ender 3, and the first thing I did was strip it down to the bare frame, and because it became an Ender switch wire. But yeah, that's me. My Mark IV is 100% bone stock, and it will stay that way. Well, I say that if they come out with a hardened steel nozzle version, which I believe they are, I will probably switch that out. But it's literally unplug 2 wires, loosen 2 set screws, pull one hot end out, put the other hot end in, tighten the set screws, plug the 2 wires back in. That's the hot end swap on the Mark IVs. And it will get a MMU3 installed once it's available. That other than that, it stays that way because I want it to stay that way. my Prusa Mini is the closest thing to a stock printer I have. It's got the Bondtech IFS extruder, which is IFS's integrated filament sensor, which means on the stock, there's a filament sensor that sits right here on the edge. That got moved into the extruder part, and I changed the hot end out. But I did that after running that printer for over a year in a bone stock configuration. So that is my biggest suggestion, is run the printer stock, get used to the printer, understand your workflow, then maybe start listening to others, because as soon as you modify it, it sometimes becomes the rabbit hole of, I modified it, now I start seeing something different, or some strange artifact in a print, or I'm having problems with bed adhesion. Well, was it a modification? Was it your bed got out of level because of the bed springs? Did you get something on the bed? Oils from the skin or something else? You want to limit that as much as possible. Ruh-roh, turtle crawler. But, I mean, you can cancel that and just start it over. It just sucks because you might have to wait for things to cool to clean things off and restart. But I do that. What's worse is when you're 14 hours into a 2-day print and you cancel the wrong print on the wrong printer. I've done that more than once. Hey, Subsector, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Were you streaming this evening? Or did you just finally get home and start lurking? Hope you're doing well. We've been working, so we talked about MRRF for a little while, and some of the plans that me and Evil Diesel have for ERRF. By the way, Subsector, I don't know if Westery told you or not, but we're going to gang up like you guys did on me, and we're going to gang up on Evil Diesel and get him into streaming. So you may see Evil Diesel _3D. Yeah, we're going to work on him to get him starting to stream. I might actually bring him over here and have him join me for a stream to get his feet wet. Oh, thank you for gifting Turtle Crawler a subscription, Subsector. That was very kind of you. I appreciate that. I hope life is treating you well, Subsector. Yeah, exactly. There you go, Dark Toxin. And you know what? If you can start streaming, you get this new printer, you start streaming, you do the unboxing and setup, I guarantee you'll probably have people in there that will help you out if you hit a snag in your build, right? I mean, that's almost a given. Oh, shenanigans, you're going to go to Earth. Awesome. Yeah, like I said, me and Evil Diesel are going to be there. I'm going to try and get him into streaming between now and then. We're going to rebuild our Death Racers, and we're looking at switching them over to the latest mod for them called the Mecanum mod, which has basically omnidirectional wheels instead of the tracks. For no other reason than it looks cool as hell. Ooh, I have not Turtle, but if you did post it, I'm assuming it's in the I'll say the beta channel. I'll go take a look at that. Yeah, I'll go take a look at that because that's good. I was actually going to say I think I've got enough 2020 and 2040. I may have to buy some upright V slot, but I'm thinking about putting together another frame. And quite honestly, I was thinking about getting Evil Diesel's butt over here and walking him through a build, maybe on stream even. And so if we're getting close to opening it up, that would be kind of good if I can kind of walk them through it, and we can go through those instructions. Frame assembly, magnet installation, hinges. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, and quite honestly, I'm looking at my 5 Plus going, do I enclose it or not? Yeah, you don't know. I don't know. I'm still toying around with whether I enclose my 5 Plus or not. Dark Toxin, you say you're in the Discord. Does that mean you've joined my Discord, or which Discord server are you on? And yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of us here are 3D printers, but that's not all we do. A lot of us do a lot of other things as well. I believe Turtle Crawler's been known to do some laser and some welding, and I do laser and CNC stuff. And I've got a welder that I need to break out and play around with some. So, okay, cool. Well, I appreciate you joining the Discord and look forward to chatting with you some. Like I said, if you got questions on your ender, you can hit me up in the Discord as well. You have a dusty CNC mill in the garage? Yeah. Yeah. So, in fact, I will tell you that I cut panels for my ender wires. I cut the the bottom panel and the deck panel and the door for the 0G build. The others were like rectangles or squares. You can cut those on a table saw. But these have through bolt or through screws on the hinges and the door handle, and some weird side cuts to allow for the hinges. So those aren't straight cuts. So using a CNC is kind of necessary. So you can, excuse me, if you have the tools yourself and the tooling, you can do that yourself, or you can send it out through like Send Cut Send or other services. I'm hoping not too long, once we get this out there, Turtle, that either Fabrico or West 3D or KB 3D or all of them will jump in and be like, hey, let's build kits for these. Because like I said, there was a tremendous amount of interest in this printer at MRRF. I was constantly not having to, but walking over and answering questions and starting with people at my bench that had been told, yeah, Okay, are we back up and running, guys? Can you guys hear me now? I think you should hear me. I'm seeing audio now. Are we good? Awesome. Yeah, so the transmitter still had a little bit of juice left, but the receiver was dead. So I've got both of them up on standalone battery packs. So hopefully, not only can you hear me, but it's clean. And thanks, Glowpoint77, for letting me know you lost sound. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Um, sorry for, yeah, audio died, battery. I'm good for about 4 hours on this, and we're at the 5 hour mark. Wow. Good. So when we were trying this new wireless setup before, I realized that plugging in to the USB hub to charge while still trying to use the receiver, it got very, very staticky and bad. So what I'm using is um, the they're just Kamashis. They're what are these? 1,000 milliamp hour USB battery packs, and that way I can charge and continue to go, especially on long streams on the Saturdays. So, yep, yep, it's just a battery bank. So that works, and that's how I keep the static out. So that works good. Where was I at? Where was I at? So yeah, I'm not sure how much you heard about the Creality thing, but I literally walked the Creality guy over, me and BC Royal Numi's husband. He walked him over there and showed him this and started talking to him about the CAN bus cables and the setups and umbilical and how they really did not want to use a ribbon cable connecting a tool head boards on a printer, a large Core XY, that they were trying to run at like 15,000 Excel and 1,500 millimeters per second. It was just bad. Okay, cool. And you made a comment about, yeah, sending to send cut send is cheaper than um, buying a CNC. I'll agree. But if you have a CNC and you're doing other things, it becomes a tool that cross pollinates, right? Like I've 3D printed a bunch of stuff, like I don't know, hold down clamps for my CNC. Why? Well, you kind of do destructive things to your mill if you run them through steel hold down clips that come with some CNCs, right? But if you cut your own out of wood or you run plastic, you know, so yeah, 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 exactly. And if you're building one printer, like for the Ender 5 Plus, I I sent the files and I bought the acrylic deck panel and the ABS lower panel. I got them from Sencut Send, right? Because I could have bought material, but for that size, um, I could tile it on my CNC, or I can go up to my brother's house where he has the 4 foot by 4 foot CNC up in Virginia and use it because he doesn't. He just bought it. Yeah, see, I don't have the one with all the tool holders and tool changers and stuff. I have a Shapeoko 3 XL. All right, Turtle. Now you're making me jealous and envious. But yeah, you know, there's nothing wrong with an Ender. There's nothing wrong, even something like an Ender 2 or what is it? Is it the King Room KPS1 or something like that? It's about the same size. Really, those printers are very, very similar size wise to the Prusa Mini, right? I think they're a little bit less. Actually, they're a lot less. They're, you know, V-Will bed flingers, but they're on a smaller side, which makes them easier and portable. I'll tell you what, when I first got this printer, it went with me in the truck to Goshen, and I printed for an entire week that I was up there for MRRF 2 years ago. Because I took it with me when I went up. What I did was I went up the weekend before MRRF. I spent the week there at my son's, spending time with my son and working remotely, and then went and did MRRF, and I was printing the whole time. So, that's the nice thing about having something like an Ender 2, I believe it is the King Room KPS1, the Sliceworks version, a Prusa Mini, a Rook. They're small, they're portable, they're easy to put in a vehicle and take with you when you go on a trip, or if you're going on vacation and you're going to family, and maybe that family has younger kids, right? Take a printer, take a spool or two of PLA and show them, 3D printing, make them toys, what have you. Just have fun with it. Have fun with the hobby, you know. Um, that's my thing. It's just have fun, enjoy yourself. Life's too short not to enjoy yourself and have fun and do cool things. So, yeah. All right, guys. With that said, my battery's died. I'm having to recharge it. I've been going for 5+ hours. It's 10 o'clock, and I still need to eat dinner. So, let's go ahead and see who's on. I think I started this about an hour ago where we were looking at somebody that we can jump over into. And you know what? It's a good thing that we got delayed, because there's this really, really cool person that I think we should jump over and raid. She was actually on the show a little bit earlier. Let me see what she has going on. Okay. She is live and active and has a couple of projects going. So let me pop over here and let me see if it gives me the one button click raid. And it doesn't, because why would it? So let me get the raid going. And please, everybody, join me in going over and rating the one and only Creatix Brit. She is another streamer, content creator, cosplayer, and now is starting to design her own files. She's a great all-around person. She's really cool. Please come with me. Check her out. If you like what she's doing, give her a follow. And if not, you can unfollow her down the road. Thanks all. Have a great night. Let's go Raider.